guys. Hey. check, check, test, test, a, test one, test one. It's coming.
Um, hey guys, uh, sorry, it's pretty loud. Um, I'm Akshat. I'm a product manager at Quill Shield. I manage all the AI-based stuff there, and I'm gonna be talking about how we are building the infrastructure for Web3 security and how we are using AI to make everything a lot more productive. So let's go. So I'm pretty sure everyone, all of us use AI in our workflows ever since the outburst of ChatGPT and all of those LLMs came into the picture. Um, Everybody's been using AI in some or the other way. But what we really lacks is that there are a lot of different AI tools right now, and they're scattered across all other different platforms. Um, so what we're developing is an AI-powered development and testing suite for Quill Shield. So AI can help you in a lot of different ways if you are a smart contract developer. Um, Providing real-time security insights, secure code templates. Now that's something um, the low skill level developers are gonna love, and it's gonna be even better for you if you have some skills and you wanna save some time on the development side of things. The unit test cases, that's one of the things developers hate writing. It takes away a lot of your time, and what you really want to do is ship your products to the market as quickly as possible. So AI can come in handy there as well. Um, Now, as part of Quill Shield, we are also going to be providing fast test generation. That is something that's almost always overlooked. Nobody pays attention to fast tests because they're not required for development. Now, post-deployment security is somewhere where AI can be really, really helpful. Let's say you have a smart contract which was audited by some agency and now you have deployed it on the mainnet. Um, Now, you really can't figure out all the vulnerabilities that can exist that your smart contract could be vulnerable to. Now, with AI, we have developed a couple of models which are going to actively find the threats and all the attackers that are trying to hack into your smart contracts, detect any patterns that could exist, and before an attack could happen, it's going to come in, it's going to act like a kill switch. So it's going to stop the loss of funds from your smart contract. And we are constantly training our AI models with new data, so the accuracy is improving day by day. Pre-deployment security is something we are tackling right now in something that you can use today in Quill Shield. We have fine-tuned LLMs which are providing close to human level audit accuracy. So we are an auditing firm. What we are trying to do is bring what we do and to a platform that's powered by AI. Now, in a platform, we also got auto fixes, which is going to help you fix all the vulnerabilities in your smart contracts, again powered by AI. Then what's coming next is some suggestions for the reduction of gas costs and other redundancies in your smart contracts. Now, this was a really short presentation. Um, what I really want to convey is that AI is significantly going to accelerate the smart contract development process while enhancing security. So you're going to ship faster, you're going to go to the market faster while being inherently safe. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Just, hey.
Hey, hey.
that's not good. Just guys, we're almost starting. Still expecting Anish. He's almost here. Thank you. Please applaud the star arrival of Anish. Anish is sitting here next to Lewis. All right. Marhaba. Thank you for coming today to our panel. I'm Danielle from WSource. We're a venture builder. We're doing investments and also tech to market. And I will be moderating this panel. I also made the content. Let me introduce the panelists before we start. So we have an all-star panel here this morning. So please applaud. We have Sandy, CEO of Scroll. Loud applause. We have Alex, CEO of ZikiSync. We have Vincent, CEO of ZikiLink. I hope you don't mix. We have Louis, Chief Product of Starkware, please. And we have already applauded Anish, who is the CTO and Chief Science Officer of Panther. Let's kick it off. So Ziki is our favorite subject. As we all know, Ziki is spanning from zero knowledge proof, which exists for, as I checked just a few minutes ago, I thought it was 30 years, but guys, next year, it's gonna be 40 years. So I challenge you all to have a party next year to celebrate the Zikis, together with Shafi and Silvio Michele and everybody else. So before we start, I wanted to ask Anish, who loves the educating part. By the way, we're missing 2 mics, guys. Do we have extra mics? Team coming. Okay, fine. So in the meantime, yes, thank you. So I wanted to ask Anish, because when we met, and we met a few years ago, we had the discussion, because this is one of these technologies like AI and others that exist more than 30 years, right? And it's still not mature. So I was asking Anish, I mean, how come it's still not in use? So Anish, could you give us a little bit of a wrap up of how it all developed and where we stand today, and from there we can take all the other subjects. Thank you.
Apologies again for a bit late. Somehow in my calendar it was misplaced by 45 minutes. I assumed this to be at 12:45, not at 12.
We love you. We're happy to have you.
So the way I would describe this is like, initially as an idea, it was a paradigm shift. And when it became applicable, then there was a difference between an interactive one and a non-interactive one. Really, the non-interactive one really took off by like 2011. At that point in time, we still were using some elliptic curve primitives, which made it very, throughput was very limited. And that has been a large amount of improvement. Fry Stockholm guys are here, so changed the whole game quite a bit. Then there were like a whole bunch of other involvements, new improvements. And the most recent ones include both folding, as in like recursive schemes and lookup schemes, right? So effectively, what has happened is like if you were to look at the size of the proofs, historically, the time it took for us to actually do things, and the throughput we have, it has improved quite a bit. If you were somebody who has been looking at it from like 2013, like the real implementation in the Web3 space is more or less 2016 October, give or take a few weeks, right? It's the first real implementation that any of the L1s could actually have. Till now, if you look at it, you see significant improvement. Like, I would say, even though we are still there, if you're being skeptical, you could almost say our competition is the optimistic mechanisms versus ZK, right? So in that real question, the answer would be, if somebody were to provide us with an insurance that underwrites the risk for that and the cost of doing ZK, so one of the things I kind of missed here is like, if you're on any L1s, there's an amount of cost involved in doing ZK, because there's a bunch of computation. Typically, if you were to think about it, what do you call multiscalar multiplications and fast Fourier transforms, the number theoretic Fourier transforms. There have been a lot of changes. Different schemes have completely moved out FFTs, moved out other parts of it, lookup tables have come in, but overall, you still have a cost. The real, what I would call the real litmus test would be, can we actually have the throughput and the cost almost in line with the insurance cost you have for optimistic mechanisms? When that happens, I think we are in prime time.
All right, we'll come back to this later when we touch on challenges. Now, one of the premises of ZKs is scalability. And I wanted to ask you, Vincent, if I may, to give us a bit your position on scalability right now, what is happening right now, and what are you guys doing in the field?
Yeah. Zero-knowledge proof, especially the ZK layer 2s, have made the promise to bring the scalability to Ethereum. And I think we're still very early today. And what we're doing, we're building a layer 3, which bring down further the cost of per transaction. And it's an aggregation of liquidity layer and across different layer 2s. So we're trying to build an aggregator that could be very beneficial for certain types of application, for example, for lending, for trading purposes, and scalability. For us, we also have another platform which is application-specific zero-knowledge rollup, similar to what a Stackware has offered to DYDX. And then we have written the zero-knowledge circuits and optimized some certain opcodes. And also we have adopted the stated diff. We learned this from ZK-Sync 2, and this could be this could bring down the cost. And then the scalability today we're seeing in general, because we're not building like a general purpose layer 2, so I think it is going still early, and we expect to see this to be improved in the coming months and quarters, maybe years. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I'm happy to learn from you guys what you think about that. When we could go there and to really get to be able to have these applications that can onboard a lot of users and be able to support the high performance applications.
Thank you. So the way I have structured it a bit, that we will go over the main premises and the main offerings of ZK, and then we'll do another round. We will tackle the challenges, which will be scalability, cost, and everything else. So I would like to cover, so we have done scalability so far. The next item I wanted to cover today is identity management using ZKs. And Sandy has kindly accepted to give us her inputs on where we stand on identity. Thank you. Switched on?
Hello, yes.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah, so I think there's been a lot of experimentations with on-chain identity management tools in the past. And I don't think there's been any that has been particularly successful, apart from maybe WorldCoin. And I think there is a future where like AI makes most people's work somewhat redundant, and on-chain identity becomes an important tool to kind of to kind of like aggregate your credentials and like delegate resources in an automated way so that we can be free from the burden of work and just like relax on the beach, so to speak. And the way to get there, there are scalability blockers in between, like what Vincent was talking about, and there are kind of privacy or selective privacy features kind of in between, and then there are kind of a bunch of kind of moral issues and ethical issues and how data could be stored in a safe way, and also how the whole entire UX and the whole like asset management process can be moved on chain. So I think that's that is a potentially a future that we're moving towards, and I think to get there, there are multiple parts of the components, and we're just at the very beginning of many explorations in this direction.
Can I add something to this?
Please.
So I just want to highlight two interesting areas of identity that we see being developed. One is direct cooperations with governments, where governments actually embrace blockchain tech and start putting identity credentials directly on chain. This is happening on ZK Sync with the Quark ID project. We're working with the government of Buenos Aires, where they have an app and they mint credentials like driving licenses and birth certificates and so on directly on ZK Sync, and you can access it from an app, and they are acceptable in the city of Buenos Aires.
I have to ask you if it's something that Javier Milei has started.
And yeah, like since Milei is like
so it is
very innovative and libertarian, and like a very like they are talking to them like they are looking to expand it to all of Argentina and also to Colombia and Mexico and like larger region. So that's one way we see it, and we like this has happened in the past also in Switzerland. I'm pretty sure that here in Dubai the government is also very progressive, very open-minded to such things. But the other path is even more interesting. There is a bunch of applications being developed called the ZK KYC. The way it works is you install an app on your phone and you can tap your passport, and there is an NFC chip on most biometric passports, and you can, and these chips can usually sign messages, and they have a unique ID and certificate from the government. And you can generate, like the app can generate a zero-knowledge proof that you are a national of a given country, and this country is not on the blacklist, and you are like 18 years old, etc., like some like facts about you, and then provide the proof of basically your humanity, your identity, and some facts about you without disclosing your actual identity.
That's amazing.
That's the amazing part about it, is that you don't have to ask your government for permission, because these biometric passports are around for like 20 years. A lot of people have them, and basically governments cannot like say no, because you just scan it and you can use it for these things. And I think this is one very interesting area to explore, like how we can do permissionless innovation on blockchains, tapping into existing identity infrastructures from the real legal world.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Alex. That was very insightful. So you, Sandy and Alex, are taking me directly to the next question, which is privacy. Now, the privacy is kind of tricky because I always thought that privacy is a bit of a premise of ZK piece, because it's actually what you have just shared, that it's MPC and all this, what you only share what you want to share, and you can retain what you don't want to retain, right? Yet, there are privacy protocols on ZKs, and here we have the gentleman on our panel who can tell us about it. So Anish, tell us please why you guys doing privacy on top, and I need to ask you to cover also the latest on Aztec's development. Thank you.
So I would put my hand up and say something that's kind of very relevant. ZK on its own doesn't really provide you with privacy. All the set of people who are participants of the whole thing gives you the privacy construct. So you have a privacy set in that sense. So ZK just allows you to prove all the things that's been said. It works. If you have a nation state with 10 people, you have 1 in 10 chances of actually figuring out who you are. And if you are flying out, and if you're 1 in 10, there's only possibly 1 person in an airport, so your privacy is completely and utterly gone. So the question to me was, why was I interested in privacy? You know, in general, the general construct of governance implies that we assume everybody has a right to express their opinion on who they are electing, and that's the basis of democracy. When we get onto blockchains, we have a strange situation. All the normal L1s allow all transactions to be public. I don't think anybody would be very keen to walk around with your wallet with, broadcast to everybody in every part of the world, every transaction that you have done, in your whole life. So this to me was a real challenge, and this is the reason, like there's a second order effect to this. I should describe this, is this challenge of information arbitrage. If you have the ability to collect, now in the age of LLMs, this is really relevant. It requires three things. One is machines. Now it's H100s, the A100s, or the NVIDIA GPUs. It wasn't the case before, but that's where we are now. Two is the data. It's like if you have public data, then you have access to data. And three is a bit of a brain, meaning like somebody who has the ability to convert that. And the gradient for that has come down quite a bit, like the latest set of models, the involvement from humans to do feature engineering has come down quite a bit. So what does it imply? The set of people like the Googles, Amazon, the FANGs in that sense, they have a real information arbitrage on you. They know what you're doing, especially if your financial data is all public. They have a much better chance of actually recognizing what your next move is ahead of who you are. So to me, it's an unfair advantage place for all these people, right? So, in the whole principle of decentralization and providing everybody with a fair chance, I think it's only fair that we look at the possibility of providing at least bounded privacy where you have compliance and you have these disclosures the same way that TradeFi has in dark pools to users of Web3. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Anything you can add on Aztec, if you know the latest development there?
Yeah, there have been a whole bunch of people who actually created privacy with ZK. Aztec is one of them, Zcash, Monero, the whole bunch of them, right? It's just that the regulatory situation has actually made people take hard choices. The hard choice is like, can you create something which truly complies? And even beyond that, there's this construct of being able to recognize funds being tainted. So if you have a mixer where multi-shielded pool where you have something coming in and something going out, and if you have a split and join, which is like you can actually put some value and you can split it between people, making sure that you can actually keep track of the tainting, it's a really hard task. And then you have to really say, what do you want to really do? So some people made the choice that, we really don't want to take any regulatory risk, especially in certain countries, like UK, it's a very difficult one.
Thank you. So we covered two sides of the coin, privacy and governments embracing ZKs. Now, there's one more subject I wanted to cover today, and that's non-financial products. And I have chosen the ZK OG Starkware, Luis, to help us on this.
Yeah, so when it comes to non-financial application, the main use case I see from ZK and mostly, scaling is the ability for a couple of things. The one that is most interesting to me is on-chain gaming. And I always give this example of, there is a couple of reasons why on-chain gaming needs ZK. And the main one is the fact that the reason why those builder wants to build on-chain games is because if you watch Ready Player One, the movie, there is something absolutely dystopian about it, which is the whole premise of the movie that who's going to inherit everyone's playing a game all their life, and the movie starts with the death of the creator of the game. And there is a challenge in the game to know who's the first one to solve it will win the ownership of the company. So basically the whole world belongs to one person, and we have to hope that it's the right one, the nice one, is going to take it over. And when you talk to every autonomous world guy and on-chain gaming guy, what they want is they want to create games that are going to survive the death of the creators, that are autonomous in the sense that they do no longer belong to the creators, but they belong to every participant. And so the reason why you need ZK in this kind of environment is that we hope for those games to be able to run on regular people's laptop. I should be able to run my own part of my game I should be able to run my own part of the universe. And so this is like sort of the first non-financial application I'm seeing. Identity is obviously an obvious one, but we already touched it. And one of those that makes me the most excited. Now there is also about the annex primitive to financialization, such as things like storage proofs, trustless oracles. So on StarkNet right now, or on the Starkware ecosystem, there is this team called Herodotus that is trying to prove the history of ETH, to be able to extract arbitrary data point from a trustless source and provide that trust release to any other network associated with it. In the same line of thinking, we're seeing things like, oh my, I have a blank. So, but like this is, sorry about that.
It's okay.
So there is a bunch of places where ZK trustlessness is becoming big, and thing that I'm very excited about. The first step being obviously autonomous word, and I think it's going to be the first start of a new type of internet where servers will just be running trustlessly.
Thank you. So we have covered some of the major topics, and from now we're going into the second round where we're going to be tackling the challenges. So one of the challenges known with ZKs, and actually it's a little bit related also to you, Louis, but the question goes to someone else, the languages used. So the challenge is specific languages that need to be used, and on top of it, how do we onboard Web2 developers to ZKs? I would like to ask Alex to give us his view.
Sure, and ZK is maturing as an industry, and just like the computing industry was maturing over decades, starting with people writing programs in machine codes on, like this cards with dotted holes in them, which were fed into these big frames, and then from there to assembly, and then from there to C, and like these low-level languages, and then progressing to higher-level languages, and then to like specialized languages like JavaScript for web applications. Ultimately, the ideal world is where you write in a language which is specialized and designed for the application domain you're building for. Like if it's smart contracts, it should be a smart contract language and not something like ZK specific, right? Today, for better or worse, the lingua franca of smart contracts is Solidity. Like maybe it will change. Solidity is not the best language. I honestly hate it. There are like better approaches. Like I like Move's inspiration from Rust. I like actually like you could write smart contracts in Rust itself. Like there are ways to do it better. But for now, Solidity is the main language. And so like for us, it was a no-brainer that we have to support Solidity. The moment we could do this, on ZK-VM, we did it. The very first ZK-VM launched by ZK-Sync like basically supports Solidity. You can take any contract and just deploy it. In the future, we should be able to support any languages for building privacy applications as well as building smart contracts. And I can predict by the end of this year, we'll see ZK infrastructure being extended to anything. We work on something like this. RISC-0 is working on this. SP1 is working on this. Like you will be able to just write Rust code, compile it, and generate zero-knowledge proofs for it.
Thank you, Alex. So another subject under challenges is fragmentation. So what are we doing with fragmentation, and what are the fragmentation standards? And here I wanted to ask you, Vincent, if you can help us. Yeah,
we actually have a little bit of experience with all those different layer 2s and different languages. With Cairo, we have a few developers that have contributed a little bit to the codes, and also with Solana, with Rust, and also with ZK Stack, and fragmentation of these languages and fragmentation of the technical standards, and also the developer tooling is actually a big challenge for developers. Some applications was want going multi-chain, and they're stopped. Most of the time they're frightened, and we were in conversation with a lot of developer teams that actually want to launch application, for example, using ZK Stack, and they want to run their own chain maybe, and maybe on StackNet too. They have to make a choice. So first of all, they need to make a choice which chain they're prioritizing, and this market and the people are rushing. And this choice is difficult most of the time. And this creates the fragmentation of liquidities because you have to go one chain, you got to create a liquidity pool there, and then you need a faster bridge, or you need especially if you go onto an OP, and it's hard for you to really to be able to cope with something at the same time on the ZK chain. This is actually a very pressing issue that we're seeing, and the people and the users are feeling the pain. And the developers are feeling the pain too, to have to make the choices and how to go to multi-chain multiple times and cope with limited resources. We keep receiving interests, to help them to deploy or to be able to solve this problem for them to combine assets, liquidities. Of course, it's not always about the financial applications, but if you're doing non-financial applications, it's probably less of a problem at the moment. But from the user's point of view, having all those chains and the fragmented user experience is also painful. So they have to have gas tokens, and so we need account abstraction, and also we need chain abstraction. There are so many chains already, and there's going to be more, unfortunately, and there are so many rollups, and there probably will be more. And we need to have a unified standard somehow, or we need to have interoperability. But interoperability does not only mean bridge assets over. I don't see how this is happening in near future. So we're taking this approach somewhere in the middle, trying to bring these chains together, and we're building a unified layer, right? Our layer 3. This is quite a unique approach, to be honest. I don't think the market is really noticing this yet, and be able to do this with the large proofs. It's just trying to maintain the security, trying to to still be able to settle and inherit the security from Ethereum layer 1. And if some application wants to go further, they want to unify with us other layer 2s, there could be a little bit more of trust assumption using a third party like decentralized nodes of oracles or something to oversee the state's root synchronization across different. On layer 2, the beautiful part is that we're able to do this with Ethereum layer 1, and then we'll be able to solve this problem. But in general, fragmentation is a real problem, and that we need to solve. I think all these layer 2s are great, amazing technology, but they're building their own ecosystem, right? So with their growing fast, we're seeing this challenge, for users and some application builders.
Thank you very much, Vincent. So one more subject I wanted to cover is voting. Sandy, could you take the voting on you?
Voting.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Web3 is quite unique in terms of different experimentations of levels of voting, but the running of blockchain it requires a very specific knowledge and domain expertise. So no one has really tried direct voting, and when it comes to Security Council, it's always kind of within a certain body of people who have been pre-vetted. And so I think there have been some experimentations with delegates or stewards, whatever you want to call it. You can think of it as a representative voting mechanism, but that only works for more generalizable topics. So I think so the big decisions regarding upgrades, design directions, and research, I don't think that part is really possible to be super decentralized and voted on, at least for a very, very long time. Even in Ethereum, there are so many different experimentations, just like there are so many different experimentations of L2s. The main protocol design decisions very, very unique to our ecosystem.
Thank you. Luis, you want to answer?
I would just want to add to where DK does help in the system of voting, because there is the obvious question about direct democracy and the lethargy of the average voter. But there is also a reason why most of the on-chain governance today is just not done on-chain. It's just cost. It's just goddamn expensive. Aragon died out because it was $1 million per vote, a million gas per vote at the time in 2017. It was not just too expensive then. It became too expensive afterwards. And so we're seeing, at least in the context of snapshots, and a snapshot is a leading voting tool in the market, trying to offload the tallying, the enumeration of votes to the L2, and send back the proof to the result to L1. And this is what Snapshot has been doing on Starknet. And and especially with alongside the trustless bridges, trustless Oracle I was talking about with ETHDubai, I'm expecting to see a lot more of those tools, not only on Stock, everywhere, to emerge and to become the standard way for managing governance. Even if it doesn't involve everyone, at least manage the governance itself and guarantee on-chain voting.
Thank you. Well, we have one big challenge left, and I wonder if Alex wants to take it, the costs. Can you?
Sure. The costs of, well...
Take it to general, like whatever you use.
There are really good resources to compare the costs of rollups today. One is called Grow the Pie, the other is called gasfees.io.
It's fact.
I think the question
we
is...
that works. Not just fact. I mean, that's just fact.
I think the question is...
that works.
The question is,
Go
how
ahead.
cheap is cheap enough? Like, what is the... Is there a state where it's just like, that's cheap enough? Or it's kind of an endless scaling process to zero?
I think no, like it depends on who you ask. For the end users, there is some threshold under which psychologically it doesn't really matter. You know, like if payments are under 1 cent, whether it's 0.1 or 0.001, it doesn't really matter, right? For traders, massive difference between 0.001 and 0.0001. Massive difference, right? Because they can do a lot more higher frequency transactions. Like if you think of high frequency trading with like thousands of transactions per second, it matters to them, right? So like you will always want to lower the costs, and we will always be in this race. But for for me, like from my perspective, the mission of ZK Sync is to bring mass adoption to crypto, to onboard 1 billion people on blockchains and give them sovereignty. Specifically from this idea of freedom and empowering people to have the control of their assets, their lives in their hands, and and increase their prosperity for more economic freedom. And for that, I think there is a threshold. Like under 1 cent, it's gonna do it. Like if we can scale it to 1 billion people, and we will be able to do it with Validiums and with the ecosystem of like interconnected ZK chains on ZK Sync and hopefully on other ecosystems as well.
So I agree with you 100%. I would argue though that while the existing use case can be covered with 1 cent transaction and transfer and so on, to me, and actually what I'm bullish on and very, very optimistic is on the app chain front is actually free transaction. And by free transaction, I mean sovereign environment where the app itself controls the whole environment and know that they can make money or they can make revenue outside the regular like those protection that the fee mechanism is. So for an exchange, for an example, an exchange cannot live when another book has fees. That is, no matter how you turn it, and no matter how you want to put it, an exchange where I have to pay to cancel a transaction cannot succeed. And you've seen that all across crypto forever. And funny enough, Starkware specifically has like quite an amazing PMF on Perps with StarkX and all our history around the project building, perpetual exchange on top of the tech stack. And the reason why they would choose Starkware and Starkware's tech is because they can do free transaction. They actually don't usually use our brand because that's not what they are trying to sell to their users. They're trying to provide self-custodian trading, and the only place they can get that is gas free. But where I disagree a tiny bit on the app chain thesis is the UX of it is nightmarish. And people don't think so much about it, but imagine you have like 1 million app chain tomorrow, which would be comparable to having 1 million server tomorrow, which is like quite normal. Like we have how many websites on the internet? Like probably like 1 billion, which probably is relating to 100 million servers worldwide, maybe like 1 million servers. I don't know how many servers are in the world, but probably a lot. If my discovery of my wallet requires me to go to every one of these chain servers, block expert to understand how much money I have, we are in a freaking mess. And so the current format of app chain, as we know it today, is something I don't believe in. I don't believe in the conduit model. I don't believe in launching your app chain the way we are doing it right now, which is a completely independent infrastructure. And actually, we're going to present soon, and something I worked on a new design where there is a lot more flexibility on the way you present assets and asset bridging, and how this operation can work in the long term.
Olga, I'm looking at you to see how much do I have left, because we want to do one last round. 5 minutes, okay, excellent. So as you have heard so far, there are many ways to get to Rome. Everyone here represents a different way, but all together, they agree on how it works. So one last round maybe, guys. What are your specific challenges right now? Where will you focus this year? I mean, try to make it sweet and short.
Sure. So I have to follow up something Luis said before, because that's part of the challenge
Go ahead,
we have as well. So he's alluding to this construct of UTXO versus accounting. So what effectively he's describing in my head is like, okay, having an accounting mechanism which is globally visible, and that applies for privacy as well. So for me, the challenge is something like what he described. Can I have a situation where the cost of actually doing discovery, so typical privacy mechanisms are UTXO based. So essentially there's a workload associated with how to find out how much whatever you have. And the other part of it is like, will the regulators of the world understand the value? Will they see parity in actually having the same level of privacy that we now have? Like in Europe, there's very clear description of what is, how much information you're allowed to give, and you have the right to be, forgotten, like a whole bunch of things. And when they come to the Web3 world, they seem to completely forget the fact that all the things they said, like literally 5 minutes ago, doesn't seem to really hold for their argument about Web3. So I would love for that to be valid, and as everybody in this panel would probably be interested in having, cost and throughput and all those things, get into a steady state where, you could almost get to a place where you could have any transaction, and any transaction really makes sense.
Thank you.
So in terms of challenges, there is a lot of, we are in a bull market, right? Nothing new here. We all know that's why. Maybe. I mean, I think we are. Are we? Okay, I guess we are. And I guess for all of our project, there is a lot of noise and a lot of very short-term move to be like, when a builder wants to build an app right now, the diversity of options, depending on that timeline, is gigantic. And bull market tends to favor short-term focus, which for most of our application, I will argue here, have the disadvantage of being more complex. Like, to be honest, it's more complex to build on any other system than, let's say, going on Blast. And so the biggest challenge for me, at least, is to convince a builder that, maybe it's already, that they should be building on a long-term time frame than they are currently right now.
Thanks, Sandy.
So my mom asked me, what can I do right now on chain that's fun? And my challenge for this year is to try and answer that question.
Oh, wow, that's nice. Alex?
Well, we're decentralizing ZK Sync. That's the priority.
Amazing. We love it.
Yeah, our challenge is, I totally agree with Luis to how to deal with the short-term choice that we were forced to do in this bull market, if we are, and a long-term thing. And our focus right now is to convince this top-tier developer community that this is good choice. So this solution can actually work long-term. We're still in that process.
Amazing. Thank you. So what we tried to do today was, on one hand, to educate the audience and give you as much information as possible on different approaches and what ZK can solve. On the other hand, we wanted also to highlight the current challenges and opportunities. So I hope we have done this. I thank our amazing speakers, all-star panel. Thank you, guys. 40 years ZKP. I challenge you next year.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you,
Questions?
Daniel.
Can we take some questions?
Do we have some questions? Wow.
Thank you for the great insights. My question is mainly to Alex. I just want to understand how confident we are on the multi-layer approach of scalability, like L2, it's regardless if it's optimistic rollup or zero knowledge rollup, and L3, compared to a monolithic approach, which we see on other chains like Solana. It's one is using, it's like you compare or saying that you need to fix the internet speed at 1 megabit per second, and then you need to iterate on the compression algorithms without scaling it. So monolithic blockchains, they are creating like parallel execution just to like to scale the chain, where like the multi-layer approach with L2 is like trying to like Merkleizing the data and then like create more performance and more scalability. I just see like two different narratives on the space, on the horizon, and I'm kind of like, from a user perspective, confused. Like which one is the direction?
Great question, and I have a very simple answer for this. Everything that alternative L1s can do, we can do on layer 2s, but not the other way around. If think about like any property that they can bring there, like optimistic parallelism, sure we can do it on the rollups. Like faster execution, faster confirmations, like very fast consensus mechanism, sure we can do it on rollups with the sequencers, decentralized sequencers in L2, like the ZK Sync is working on this, other teams are working on this. Everything that is possible, like new virtual machines, of course we can plug in new virtual machines. But you cannot have the properties that Ethereum has, which rollups inherit, this ultimate resilience and ultimate decentralization, and easily put them over on the alternative L1s. And that's the difference.
I would even give a specific case of this. You know, let's take Aptos and Sui. What their main innovation is block STM. It's coming to production on Starknet in 3 months. So, like, you can, and that's maybe, I think Alex will agree with me, you can retrofit any sequencing innovation on a ZK rollup. But retrofitting a ZK system on top of existing tech is an insane endeavor, and every time I'm reading a deck that say, I'm going to prove Solana using raise 0, I'm like, good luck.
Yeah.
May I make a tiny plug-in related? Today at 3 p.m., we're going to have here Eclipse that are doing Solana. And we're going to have Pontum that are doing Move. So I challenge you guys to join, whoever can, and the audience to come back on this one. Because we're going to tackle it. And Alex, apparently not available, that would be really nice discussion. Go ahead, Alex.
I just want to say one thing, which is like, it's hard as, like, you know, it's like right now in AI, you know, the biggest issue is not so much, like there is GPUs, but even finding the guys who know how to make the right model that works is hard. ZK is the same thing. There is very few people in this planet that can make the innovation required to get to the speed that you want to sustain the throughput of, let's say, Solana. And I'm always skeptical. That's all I have to say so far of the new
Come back at 3 o'clock. I need your input.
So I'm going to put my hand up and say something. So I'm full disclosure. I worked on 2 of the top 5 L1s. I worked on a scheme, which is a ZK scheme. My team designed the whole ZK protocol. Worked on AI, so worked on ethics of AI, X-Risk. Done like ridiculous amounts of work in all these things. I see all the comments from everybody. I agree at a high level what he's saying is true. Given anything, you know, it requires an amount of training, an amount of intellect, an amount of interest. It's a product of probabilities, smaller probabilities. It has a power law distribution. The total number of people in the world who could actually build a really, what I call scalable, not decentralized, distributed system, you could probably count in your 2 fingers, 2 hands, sorry, okay? Maybe in your toes at best. I've actually interviewed one of these guys for one of the L1s, okay? Going back a good few years ago. They tried to move them from what you call a Web 2 company, a Princeton PhD, worked in a Web 2 company. So all these guys there's a limited set of people. You can deploy it the way you want. It's the market who markets and the VCs who kind of dictate how this blame is going to be played. If the VCs were to come out and say tomorrow, you know, if you use any of these hypes, we won't give you money, changes. If the market really says this is going to be really successful, absolutely the game changes. So this is the game being played for 2 sets of players. That's how I see it.
Scarcity. Thank you. We have one more question, I see.
Yeah, very quick question, actually. So I was interested if you can elaborate more, any of you guys actually, don't care who answers this, but like the liquidity fragmentation problem, right? And how ZK Sync could actually help solve this, or any other technology, like in which direction we would be moving. Because yeah, we all know it's like a pain if you want to swap something on one chain, then you have to bridge and wait, and maybe you don't even have a direct bridge to that chain, so you have to like have an intermediate or whatever. How could we unify this into like one unified pool or something like that?
I'm going to start if you allow me. So I love the thing. The market calls liquidity fragmentation. I like to call that state fragmentation because that's what it is. It's a question of state. Like, where do I store things? And okay, so there is two aspects to this question. And then going back to the discovery problem. So for me, the bridging itself is not really the issue. We can do bridges. The real issue is how do I forget I have this asset somewhere. This is like weird. Okay, this is on record. I lost a non-zero amount of money on Bittrex because they went bankrupt. And I forgot I had like a non-zero amount of money there. Like it's just a fact of life. And that you will not see things. And so the fragmentation problem comes from is worsened by optimistic approach because there is no way to sort of like create this sharding into a chain. ZK allow you, and I'm gonna, as I said, like I'm hinting to something I'm working on, to like a form of ZK sharding where the core information can remain on the L2 itself, like the money, how much IOU you own, how much asset you actually own on the chain, and at the same time, offloading the computation to an execution shard. And how you do that is very simple. I mean, you would just have an app that was running your own thing, and they would just take your transaction, batch it on their own, and apply the state diff. The money is still on L2. They're still running there. So this fragmentation is not so much, there is two fragmentation there. There is a state fragmentation and there is a synchronicity fragmentation. Can I do synchronous stuff between various apps? You can, I mean, up to a limit, there is always like limit to how much synchronicity you can get. But on the asynchronous approach, the state fragmentation is mostly about synchronicity, about discoverability in my opinion, and that's going to be solved very soon by ZK.
Vincent, do you want to add something?
Yeah. Actually, I think we all have like different approaches to solve liquidity fragmentation because this is one of the most painful problems right now for users. Anyone that is capable to add value here is able to capture a lot of value and and attract a lot of users for sure. There's hyper bridge, and there's also stagnant as Madara to solve this problem, right? Yes. And also there's OP superchain and Polygon CDK. People trying to solve this problem now with the different tech stacks. And so we're a little bit like more neutral. So we want to offer something that is tech stack agnostic to be able to abstract across these different tech stacks. Well, the end game for Hyperchain, maybe CDK also probably will be able. I don't know how that works, but I need to learn more. The problem is that we're still not able to solve this to have synchronized the composable transactions across different chains. This is not something that we see happening, or we don't find a solution for that. What we're able to do is to have a layer that can aggregate as much as possible. And but this also depends on how much liquidity you could attract. Is actually not from the tech side. I think it is still limited. We only see this the best trade-off that we can find, and we at Zigling can find at the moment is to build this unified layer to be able to tap two different layer twos. But the challenge for that is the finality. It's not fast enough, so the user experience is still not great enough. But if our thesis is that in the future, if all the chains are ZK chains and all approved, and then finality is a lot faster than what it is today, then we could have a great user experience or a lot better user experience. Then you could enter funds and exit a lot faster and settle those transactions, and it's a lot more friendly and secure for tradings.
Thank you very much. I see Luis is holding his passport, so I get a sense of urgency here. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. It was an amazing panel.
Thank you all.
Thank you for the passion. I think the audience felt it.
Hey, 2, check.
Gracias. Okay, hello everyone. Hello Dubai. My name is Chris. I'm from L2Bit. If you don't know what L2Bit is and what we are doing, you will learn in a minute. I hope you are having a wonderful day in this sunny Dubai. And this is a great opportunity to talk about the end of the world. Let's talk about the end of the world. Who of you saw played the game or saw the series Fallout? Who played Fallout? Yes, yes, we've got some Fallout fans at the audience. So I don't know if you already watched the series. In my opinion, the series are great. I watched it when I traveled here in the plane. But one thing didn't click for me in this whole lore. Why the hell did they don't have internet? And why the hell they don't have crypto? They have computers, right? They have radio. If they have computers and even network computers and they have radio, obviously they would have had internet. And if they had internet, I'm pretty sure that they would have had Ethereum. Because one thing that I'm pretty certain about the end of the world, that Ethereum will survive. Ethereum is there to stay. From all the crypto projects, I personally believe that this is the one that is most probable to survive any difficulties because it's so popular, it's so used, all over the world. Obviously, I have no idea about the prices, but the network, the technology is there to stay. But the Ethereum is not just Ethereum, right? 4 years ago, Vitalik already drafted the roadmap for Ethereum to be the roll-up centric ecosystem. So when we are speaking about Ethereum, you are not talking about Ethereum itself. We are talking about Ethereum and all its L2s that actually create this whole ecosystem. And the question is, if Ethereum survives, would those L2s survive? And that would be something that I would not be so certain about. And right now we can already see that there is this huge amount of value already locked in L2s. This is already, we are already living in the L2 world. There is a lot of value, but there is also a lot of activity. The activity on L2s already surpassed by far activity on the mainnet itself. So, will they survive? Will the L2s survive? And one thing that I know about startups, and one thing that everybody should know about startups, is that most startups fail. And crypto startups are no different. There is no reason to believe why crypto startups should be different than regular startups. So we should all expect that a lot of those roll-ups that we have right now, a lot of those L2s, a lot of those projects will simply fail and they will cease to exist a few years from now. Who of you remembers Solana? Sorry, not Solana, EOS, for example. Who remembers EOS? Yeah, there is one or two people in the audience. So basically, many projects that we know today will also cease to exist. And the question is, what is going to happen with the assets that we have in those L2s? And there are two ways, there are two ways of thinking about this. So we can think about the assets that we bridge or mint on L2 as casino chips. If you go to the casino, you hand them dollars, and then they hand you back chips. You go, you have some fun, you play some poker, play some blackjack, play some roulette, and hopefully, if you are lucky, by the end of the night, you have, a ton of chips, a huge mountain of chips. But let's say that you didn't exchange it for dollars, back for dollars, but you simply took it to your hotel room and then forgot about it, packed it into the suitcase and left. And you left for a year, and next year you're at the same casino, you want to go exchange those chips, but you see that the casino is no longer there. It doesn't exist. It bankrupted. So what are your chips worth right now? And the answer is probably nothing. And that's something that we would like to avoid in rollups. And there is another model, the banking model, something that we didn't like of banks, something that the reason why Bitcoin actually was created was that our governments are bailing out the banks. Like the one thing that we want to ensure in the financial system, that if you put your money into the bank, you will always be able to receive it, no matter if this particular bank will, continue existing or not. This is something that we guarantee as a society, as a, in advanced societies. So we would like our layer 2s to be the same. We would like our layer 2s to also be secured by Ethereum. There is this meme already that is, that layer 2s are secured by Ethereum. But really, are they? What security exactly does Ethereum provide? And the answer depends on what L2 are we speaking of how this particular L2 has been built. Because if your L2 looks more like this, then I would say that it's pretty okay. I will explain it soon. But if your L2 looks like this, I wouldn't keep my money there, basically. I would be rather cautious. It's okay to experiment. It's okay to play with such an L2. But I wouldn't trust my money to be sitting there. Why? That's exactly what we do at L2Bit. We actually analyze those systems and check whether the funds that you are putting in them are actually secured by Ethereum. That is L2Bit.com website. And what you can find on this website, this is our risk analysis. You can find all the L2s that we assessed, and it's basically we try to have all the Ethereum-based real L2s on our website. You can find different risk vectors analyzed there. And as you can see, there are a lot of reds here, which means that we are no longer there yet, not yet there. So first thing that we analyze is what happens if there is a proposal failure. What happens if this mechanism that puts your data to the L1, to the Ethereum mainnet, what happens if this thing stops working? And unfortunately, as you can see here, like usually you have problem. What would be perfect if you could, for example, self-propose? The other solution that exists, that is basically kind of lower on this website, is to be able to use escape hatch to somehow retrieve our funds. The other thing, but if there is an option, like for example in Arbitrum, we are able to self-propose. But in order to be able to self-propose something, the construction that we are using needs to allow for self-sequencing, right? We need to be able to improve the chain, to push forward the chain to be able to exit with our transaction if we want to do anything with that. And fortunately, most of those solutions already address this issue somehow. If they don't, I would be cautious because that would make it difficult for you to retrieve the funds. Then, in order to be able to propose something, in order to be able to advance the state of this L2, first you need to be able to reconstruct the state. You need to be able to retrieve the data that sits behind the state of this L2. And there is a question, where does this data sit? Where can you access it? And actually this recently became much more complicated than it used to be before, because of all those different data availability solutions and the change in how we approach data availability. But basically, if your data is not available on chain or in some convenient way, if it's externally accessed, then there is additional risk that you have to take into account, and there is additional thing that you have to monitor and check to be sure that your funds are safe. Another thing which already touches more the security of your funds while you're at this chain is how is the state validated? And is there any mechanism to ensure that the state is correct, that your funds haven't been stolen in the past? And as you can see, like many rollups do not support any solutions here yet. Especially if this is optimistic rollup and it doesn't support fraud proofs, you should be really cautious because you are actually trusting the sequencer that it does the right thing. Then, oh, I missed one slide. There should be, oh, sorry, something that I wanted to say here is that if you have the fraud proof, there is this requirement that the fraud proof has to be actually running when you know, and somebody is watching and checking the state and checks that nobody tried to steal your funds. And you can think about, okay, if there is an apocalypse, then maybe those fraud, you know, those challenges are not running. However, apparently, those challenges are running usually. Our co-founder, Chris, tried to check in the roll-up that is no longer functioning. It was, you know, already disbanded on the first fuel roll-up. You know, we figured out, hey, nobody cares about this roll-up. It has been abandoned. So maybe let's try to steal some funds at this roll-up. So we tried to steal some funds, and apparently, we were checked, we were challenged, we lost the funds. Like, you know, one of the not so many cases where we are actually happy that we lost the funds. The last thing that that you should check about your roll-up, your mechanism, is the exit window. Like, this actually relates not to the fact, not to the question whether you can retrieve your funds after the apocalypse, but rather if something bad happens with your system, with your L2. For example, it's being upgraded in a way that you don't like. For example, some government enforces this system to censor you for any reason. Do you still have some time to actually exit it and retrieve your funds before it gets updated? And I don't have good news for you for now. I think that this will, you know, come with time, but at this point, most of those systems are upgradable, and if they are upgradable, actually, it's hard to make any assumptions about their security if they can be upgraded in time. So, all of this is obviously quite, you know, complicated, and you have to figure out all those different pieces. So, Vitalik, 2 years ago, proposed that maybe let's simplify it. Let's maybe simplify it for the way to provide people an easy way to assess whether this roll-up is actually secure and mature, and more importantly, to push those roll-ups forward so that they actually implement those things that are important for the security of our funds, instead of doing some, you know, fancy features that are good for marketing. And we did implement that. We did implement the stages. We currently have 3 stages that the rollups can be in. Most rollups are unfortunately at stage 0. And the reason why we have it is to push those rollups to actually improve, and it works. Actually, last week, Arbitrum, like, these are the announcements that we see. Rollups do care about this assessment. Rollups do want to improve with their security, and they do care about this assessment. This was Arbitrum announcing that soon enough they will introduce permissionless fraud proofs, and it was followed by the declaration from Optimism. They declared that they will join the stage 1 rollups pretty soon, and after that their goal will be to achieve the stage 2. And we are really looking forward to it, because we want to distinguish good rollups from not so good ones, even more than we do right now. And, you know, that's not it. There's one more thing. Actually, there's a lot of more things. We have value locked analysis for you. We not only show you how much value is locked in those different L2s, but actually what is the composition of this TVL, because this is super important. If you've got a token on a certain L2, it makes a huge difference whether this token has been natively minted on this L2, or was it canonically bridged using the canonical mechanisms in the rollup to L2, or was it externally bridged through some different external bridge to L2? These are 3 different animals, those tokens. And we not only provide you the breakdown of the TVL per category, but we also show you where is this number that we are looking at coming from. We provide you data on activity. This is actually a bit more complicated. we are going to investigate it even further, because this shows only TPS right now. But with multi-calls, with account abstraction, activity is a bit more complicated topic than just counting transactions. We recently introduced DA assessment. So we are providing you with information on the security risks and composition of those different DA solutions. We provide you information on liveness. We provide you information on finality. Why? Because this tells you whether your system will allow you to function, basically, will not try to censor you. And if it tries, we'll expose it. Last but not least, this is an addition that we introduced literally last week, or even this week. It's a cost breakdown. We analyze already how much are those L2s paying for the security of Ethereum to the Ethereum, and we provide you with this breakdown. And the question is, why do we do it? What is the reason? What do we do it for? Like just to call out those protocols? Actually, no. The reason why we are doing it is that we believe that this is not how you protect user funds. Stupid lawsuits and trying to put developers into jail for writing code is not the way to protect our funds. This is not the way to go. The way to go is actually to provide us with the information to keep projects accountable, to verify their claims, and to check whether they are actually providing you with the security that they promise you when they advertise the offerings. That's why when we are analyzing those systems, we don't just check the documentation, we don't just look into what they claim, we check into the code. And everywhere where it is possible, we try to back our statements with the links to the code where this particular thing is implemented, that you can check yourselves whether we are not wrong or whether we are not mistaken. So this is our motto: trust the code and not the claim. And with that in mind, we are doing this to be able to tell you, Anon, that yes, your funds are secure. However, in order for you to be certain, you have to go to our webpage and check actually if the system that you are using actually implemented all the mechanisms that it was supposed to implement in order to be secured by Ethereum. And that's what we do for you. That's something like we are public goods company. We do it, as a public offering. So we are asking also you for support. You can either donate to us, and you will, below this on our website, you will see the sources of our funding. We try to be fully transparent. But if you don't want to do this, we are asking for one thing. Just go to our Twitter, interact with us, follow us, like our posts, comment on our posts, provide us feedback, and spread the word. Tell your friends that they should be actually checking this data, because it is important. And last but not least, if you think that what we are doing is okay and that we are doing a good job in the Ethereum ecosystem, you can also delegate to us, because we are present in the governance of those different L2s, and we try to push them also through governance to actually deliver on the promises that they made to you regarding the security mechanism that they were supposed to implement. And that's it for me. Thank you very much. Do we have time for some questions? I think that we should have. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah.
So it seems like you guys are tracking all of the main layer 2s, right, and different types. Can you speak to the different types that you guys have observed throughout the various L2s that you guys are tracking? Obviously, we know of the main optimistic rollups, ZK rollups. Are there any others to speak about? And then are you guys even gauging the differences between those different types of rollups in the sense of the security, trustworthiness, right, of ZK, of zero knowledge technology in general, right? It's kind of termed as moon math.
Yeah, so we are digging deep into that, and there are it's a very good question because there are a lot of different animals in this field. Like you mentioned optimistic and ZK rollups, but that's not enough. You know, there are different constructions like validiums where the data is sitting somewhere else. Like optimiums, which is optimistic rollups with the data somewhere else. There are differences between those two as well. And actually right now, you know, this space is getting more and more complicated. Something that I had in Denver, which I liked very much, is like somebody was shilling orbit chain, you know, Arbitrum orbit chain that settles on Celestia, sorry, that settles on Base using Celestia as a DA and Espresso as shared sequencing. And you know, with such constructions, how do you actually assess the security of the system? This is something that we are struggling with. We already, you know, it is already a challenge with L3s. How do you actually assess the security of L3s? We are actually working right now on providing more information and more, like better assessment of those L3s. And for each of those constructions that I mentioned, you can actually see on our website, let me find some screenshot. So if you can see here, yes, we do compare those different solutions. And in the values of this assessment, you will see the details of the implementation for this mechanism in the particular system. So for example, for validiums in the data availability, you will probably see that it's DAC, data availability committee, usually. You will see for systems that are using Celestia or like EigenDA, like Mantle, you will see that the data availability is external. For the systems that provide you with escape hatch, you will see on the sequencer failure column that they do provide escape hatch. And for example, for DYDX, we actually implemented the interface to do the, you know, to escape your funds. If you go to dydx.l2bit.com, and it's especially important because dydx actually resigned from their Ethereum-based system. They moved to Cosmos. So, but if you have funds locked in your contracts on Ethereum, you will be able to retrieve your funds using escape hatch from our interface. So you can go there and check it there. So I don't know if this answers your question fully, but yes, we try to analyze as deep as possible those systems and to provide the overview to let you, you assess the risk yourself. So you make a conscious, you know, informed decision when using this system or another. Any questions? Any follow-up question?
I think all good. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
great smart accounting for, but they all
Test. Hello.
1-1.
Hello.
Okay. Good morning, good day, survivors. This is Sunday after all week long of conferences, and today we have a workshop dedicated to fundraising in DeFi. We will share some practical tips. Hopefully, guys, builders, it will be helpful for you. Let's start. I'm Anna. I'm head of BD at Cointelegraph Accelerator and upcoming venture. I'm looking for the startups. I'm in the relationship with the developers and investors. So, guys, briefly introduce yourself, which company you're working for, and why we have to listen for you for another 25 minutes.
I'll go first. My name is Dave Rodman. I'm the managing partner of the Rodman Law Group. I've been practicing in Web3 since 2016. You should listen to me because, one, many of my clients have gotten successful funding and had super successful launches, and two, I'll keep you out of jail.
My name is Alex. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Gains, which is one of the first DAO VC and launchpads in the space. We have deployed 35 million over 6 years. We were early into Avalanche, Hashgraph, Quant, Blocktopia, which is 1000x, and many other projects in the space. And I've seen literally 1000x.
My name is Michael Robinson. I'm the chairman of ORT Foundation. ORT is one of our portfolio companies. I'm also the co-founder, partner at Avis Lear, an early stage Web3 VC. I've been in Bitcoin since 2015. I'm a macro trends researcher, and that's my superpower.
Thank you. Let's start with a general question. DeFi, how do you evaluate the key role and interest to this vertical in the whole field of investments? How sexy is DeFi for investors?
I mean, I personally think that DeFi is the sexiest thing that you can invest in. I think it's the coolest part of our industry. It's the thing that keeps me interested. DeFi Summer was one of the most fun times in Web3 for me personally and professionally. So I think the answer is very.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, same. DeFi is crypto, right? So for me, probably half of the projects we invest in are in DeFi.
And can you let's specify? It's interesting. Yes, B2B, B2C, staking, restaking, wallets. What exactly?
Actually, a bit more B2C, I would say. I mean, B2B DeFi is always a bit weird, you know, because it's like permissioned chains, and you know, it feels a bit more different. There's people who talk to PwC and all these big guys, and they have good traction. But maybe because I come from, you know, 2017 and so on, I'm more sensitive to B2C DeFi projects.
Well, I'm a bit of a contrarian. I'm going to say P2P, right? Major believer in Bitcoin and what it's done for the monetary, you know, system as far as revolution. So I'm a big believer in people and a currency for the people and access, democratize access to, you know, just finance in general. So that's one of the reasons why I got into Bitcoin, and I'm a bit disturbed by all the funds that's coming into the space because it's taking us further away from the ideology of Bitcoin. So building DeFi around the principles of Bitcoin, love it. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
Perfect. Let's narrow down our questions. It's not financial advice, but...
Or legal advice.
Or legal advice, but what is the most opportunistic chain where do you see new unicorns will come? We can see the sunrise of BTC, layers, staking, restaking. We can see Solana fights with Ethereum. But where do you expect new unicorns in DeFi?
I'm gonna say
You can name chains. You can name vertical, like account abstraction, as I told you, whatever.
I'm going to say base. I mean, I do believe Coinbase is going to put 150 million users on chain very soon, and that's going to be very powerful.
What about Ton? They just announced this ecosystem innovations.
Yeah, very true as well. Telegram for sure as well.
I'm going to say Bitcoin. So I'm not sure if everyone's been following what's going on with ordinals, and just yesterday we had a halving event. Take a look at the runes and rune stones. I was early inscriber, so I was airdropped rune stones, which are trading pretty well at the moment. The reason why I'm going Bitcoin is because it has the deepest liquidity. It's been endorsed by Wall Street finally, and I do see a lot of opportunities coming down the pike with this new token standard. I believe Bitcoin is finally following in the footsteps of a mature ETH, or Ethereum specifically. So a lot of opportunity will be coming down the pike, and I'm very bullish on what's being built there.
So, do you have any recent investment? Can you specify some names for us?
Yeah, so I really like Track.network. Benny the dev, very active, the ecosystem being built out like excessively. A lot of the leading like blue chip ordinals have attached themselves to Track, and Track is finally building DeFi on Bitcoin. They are one of the leading decentralized indexers in the space, and if you own Track, you're going to get airdrop TAP, and TAP is going to be for the DeFi protocol on layer 1 Bitcoin.
Thank you. Dave, sorry.
No, it's okay. So my Solana clients would call me an ETH maxi, and I have a lot of Solana clients, and I think that most of my net worth is in Bitcoin. So I would honestly say that, and I represent the founder of Near. So I would say I'm pretty chain agnostic. I think that we're still, I know it's very trite to say it, I think we're still very early. Do I think that there's a new L1 coming out that's going to be the new unicorn or not? Probably not, but maybe. So I think honestly, I don't have I'm totally chain agnostic. But apparently I'm also an ETH maxi, according to people. So we'll go with that.
Not bad, yeah. Thank you. Let's say you track so many decks, so many new projects. What is the key factors would make you say, shut up and take my money?
That's a great question. It's a combination of many things, right? But I'll give you one. I like simplicity, you know. So many times on calls, founders are boring, too complicated, and they use words like, you know, random forest algorithms, and like, it's like, okay, tell me in simple words, what do you do? And on the website as well, right? For me, if I go on the website and I like the feel of it, it's very good. So there's a lot that just comes from intuition and how simple it is. I think the space has lots of technical people who have trouble making the hard things they do build simple for the end users. And so I think simplicity as an investment thesis has a good potential.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree anymore. What I do like is the intuitive tech, right? Also hidden technology. You don't notice that you're using it, right? Because it's so simple. I always use the analogy of like the internet, right? Like we just connect to the internet with our cell phones. The average person doesn't know how the internet works, but that's been able to scale out adoption. So simplicity and community. If you've got a rich community that's very active behind you, I'm automatically interested. Hidden tech, huge bonus, and utility. So
I'll take the contrarian point this time. Nothing anybody can say will cause me to say shut up and take my money. It's a relationship thing. It's understanding the team. It's an in-depth, it's a long-term relationship, and that's That's how I would get comfortable.
If I can add, by the way, I'm really a fan of if you want to raise funds tomorrow, start by making friends today. So
Very
you know,
true.
the relationship thing, it's built on trust, you know. So many times you invest in people, not really in ideas, because you trust them, you know, how persistent they are, how creative they can be. So I agree 100%.
Also, we have to qualify the team as well, right? Their backgrounds to make sure that they're capable of delivering on what they claim to be building. So, yeah. Also, is it a necessity in the space, right? So, yeah, those are a couple things that I look for.
Thank you. I want to narrow down more and give us some examples. We've seen the scale of eigenlayer. We've seen the scale of multiple wallets. What exactly example you can give us of DeFi, it doesn't matter, B2B or B2C, and what are the key success reasons why this project became successful, usable, scalable?
I would say the intuitive nature, typically, simplicity as well. Take a look at Uniswap, right? I used to use Fork Delta back in the days. It was one of the most complex DEXs that you could ever use. It took me a week to figure out how to use that. Then came Uniswap. I mean, I just connected my MetaMask to the interface and boom, there it was. So those are game changing because if we're trying to bring on mass adoption, the average person needs to be able to intuitively assess and utilize that tech.
Yeah, if I can add on to Mike's response, we talk a lot about mainstream adoption, education, how can we convince, you know, the next billion people to come into crypto? And I think if we had more top UX guys in crypto, that would help a lot. So again,
sorry, top US what?
UX.
UX.
Yeah, like user experience, right? Blast was very successful DeFi project. We didn't invest in it, but I was a user of the airdrop, and I just loved how gamified and intuitive, again, the interface was.
Have you participated in any by yourself?
In what?
In any airdrop?
Yeah, quite a few.
Which one?
I mean, some that, you know, had very simple interfaces. You just paste your address, it's a claim, and it's okay, but you don't convert users like that, right? You need to make people come back. You play on the gamble mind, and you know there's a wheel to turn every week, and you have numbers, and you have leaderboards, and you have things to do, and it's all looking so nice, and you know where to click. So anyway, it's just UX in a way.
Can I chime in? With regards to airdrop, one of the most successful just recently was Runestone, basically distributed across 112,000 wallets. Right now, one Runestone, I mean, the all-time high, and this airdrop just took place a couple months ago, 6K. ROI is BTC. I know I sound like a BTC maxi at this moment. I'm just very excited about what's going on there. But you should see
Have you got one?
Yeah, several. I got a couple. So basically, you had to qualify by being like an early inscriber, right? So I guess you'd consider me an OG Ordinals and BRC 20 holder. So just for doing that, I was eardropped 2 runestones for both my wallets. And because I own Runestone, post having the new Rune token standard for Bitcoin, I got 869,000 dog to the moon coin per Runestone that I own.
But I mean, really, the granddaddy of them all, Uniswap, like no one was expecting it, no one saw it on the radar, and then it just happened, and all of a sudden we all had bags. I mean, that was a joyful moment, right? Like, I think we're always going to be chasing that. Now people are engaging, people are doing stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that, but like that sheer, just like surprise in the morning, like that was magical, right? And also, I would like to point out that you've got Bancor up here, and you asked about how successful. I think there's a decent amount of luck, because Bancor invented the AMM pool, and they, frankly, just don't have market share, and Uniswap does. Right time, right place, right people. There is some luck to this. I think that's got to be acknowledged.
We enjoyed these benefits and incentivations as users, but from investors' perspective, when we have a look at tokenomics, what is a healthy incentivization part of entire tokenomics that projects can spend on this type of airdrops?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I didn't follow that.
Yeah, so as investors, we always evaluate projects judging from their tokenomics. Incentivations, airdrop pool, it's part of this tokenomics.
Yeah,
What
but that doesn't incentivize the investors, frankly.
Absolutely. My question is, according to investors' perspective, what is the healthy incentivations percentage of tokenomics?
I think it really depends on which investors you're talking to, because there's many funds who all they care about is like max inside tokens, and they could take a max percentage of those inside tokens. Those are not the investors that you want to work with. But like honestly, even the good ones, like as long as you've set like 30 to 50, I mean 50 is way too high in my opinion, but 30% of your tokens to the insiders, like as far as I've seen, it does, people are getting these tokens investors are getting these tokens at such a low valuation that they don't really care, to be honest with you. It's a cynical take, but it's the true one.
That's why I'm asking you. Alex, do you have any other takeaways on healthy tokenomics from investors' perspective?
I think size matters a bit, but I think the way you do it matters more than how much you airdrop. Because there's been huge airdrops in dollar value that have been very successful, right? The token price has held up. And there's been very small airdrops that had a very bad impact on the token price. So I think the percentage of the value doesn't matter. I think it's how you can convert people, right? The goal of an airdrop is, hey, see, we give you this free stuff, maybe you can become a user, right? So it's just user acquisition tool. And at the end of the day, if you give people more, they're not going to want to try your product more. They're just going to want to dump more. So I think it's more how you talk to them. You have to find a way to get to people with emotions, with something.
Yeah, it's just another form of advertising.
I think it's about utility of the tokens, right? That's really going to set the tune or tone for the circulating supply. Because I like DeFi, I typically go for like smaller circulating supplies. But that really doesn't matter if there's no utility. And then also if there's a large amount of coins in circulation for token metrics. If there's no utility, once again, what are we doing here, right? And we see that often in the crypto space as an expiration date. So I think it's really about the utility that's going to define the token metrics.
We're almost out of time, so my last question will be dedicated to marketing. From my perspective, I met so many DeFi projects built by very proper builders who used to code, to build. What marketing advice would you give to early stage DeFi startups? What kind of marketing people they should looking for? Maybe you can name some marketing agencies that should rely on, or maybe they should provide the best tech with the best incentivization mechanics inside, and that's it.
Well, they should definitely work with marketers that listen to counsel, because the amount of time and money that you will spend if your marketing team fights with counsel of what you're saying to the public is not immaterial. So that's my only requirement. And then as far as a recommendation goes, Melrose PR does a damn good job.
Thank you.
So for marketing, I'll have one very simple answer. Use more memes. Get a chief meme officer, One of the most powerful men in the world, Elon Musk, he uses memes all the time, and everyone loves him, right?
Well, I don't know if that second part's true. But.
Well, if you're hated by half of the world, you're also loved by half of the world. So, yeah, use more memes.
I'm going to go with build useful tech, right? I think that's going to be a seamless, organic adoption. Third-party marketing agencies, try to avoid them. You want a community to be engaged and involved based on the simplicity of your tech, and that should scale adoption. And then, I guess, have a lot of fun, right? Make it fun. For Ort, we created this real cool mascot, Sealy, right? And when Sealy gets excited, Sealy says, Ort, 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 Ort. Right? So we have fun.
Great, guys. Last question. You spent your Sunday after all week long still here at the conference. please share with our audience what kind of people you want to meet, what kind of project you want to talk to, what kind of partnership you want to take away from this event.
Literally anyone who's serious about doing this the right way and following some very minimal guidelines to be legally defensible. That's my criteria.
Thank you.
I want to meet passionate people. You know, we all work a lot, and so if we meet people with good energy who have some fun, I think, you know, all our lives are going to be much better.
Well, on the VC side, I'm looking for innovators, people that are also passionate, people that are not following the trend, but actually building into what they believe is going to be the future. People that understand where we are in humanity and actually are trying to build a legacy and leave a lasting legacy. But on the ORT side, I would love to partner with deep-in projects, AI as well. We're building a decentralized AI. It's decentralized, verifiable cloud compute platform for AI applications. So if you feel like you fit that category, please connect.
Guys, you've heard our speakers. No more questions. You can find them during the next at least 1 hour. And thank you so much for sharing that useful insights. Let's take a selfie.
Yeah, let's
Thank you to our wonderful moderator.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
you.
Guys, in 10 minutes we'll have Quill Audits workshop, so please stay. Hello? Okay, now. Guys, we're starting Quill Audits workshop now. Please sit down. I'm sorry. Can you either sit or yeah.
Hey guys, good afternoon. Thank you all for gathering here for our workshop. We are from Quill Audits. We have a smart contract security product called Quill Shield. We will be giving you a live workshop about how to fix smart contracts vulnerabilities with Quill Shield. The presentation is done by me, Jose Paul. I'm the product manager heading Quill Shield, and Akshat Mishra. He is taking care of the AI stuff inside Quill Shield. So you'll get to see some cool stuff happening. If you have a laptop, you can follow through about what is going to happen. So before we get to the demo and the workshop, let's just first look at why are we doing this, right? Like, what is the issue that we are trying to solve with Quill Shield? So currently, if you look at how smart contract development is being done, security is currently an afterthought, something that the auditors are supposed to take care of, not something that is taken care of while the development is happening. You put a bug bounty, you give some money to the auditing company, then the problems are resolved. But what we would like to do is to bring the developer closer to the security stuff without having to take away a lot of their time. Now, one of the main challenges that we do see is that developers don't like to write unit test cases. That's just something not just in Web3 that you can see in Web2 as well. So unit test cases test the basic function of the business logic or the smart contract of the logic. Sorry, smart contract. So that is something that takes a little bit of time to write. So you don't want, developers generally don't tend to write these things because it takes away precious development time, right? And fast testing is something that only the security researchers, security tools. One of the biggest problems is a bunch of these are open source, done by different people sitting in different places, might not have a great UI, the experience is horrible, produces a lot of false positives, which tends to, you know, take away more from your time than to give you time, right? And it requires a lot of manual steps to conduct static analysis or a dynamic analysis. You need to set up your environment. You need to set up, get your dependencies in place. This fundamentally takes away time from the users, from the developers. And that is the reason why, one of the key reasons why it is not part of the core development flow or CI/CD pipelines of today. So this is what we intend on changing with Quill Shield. So you can set up a project very easily. You can upload an existing verified contract or upload it from your device or just connect directly to your GitHub and import your project. You'd get security reports. You get an ID-like view so that you're in familiar territory for the developers. You can edit your code. Once you run an audit, it'll show you all the vulnerabilities that we have found. You get a description, you get a remediation, and we even give a neat one-click auto fix. All of these will be showed to you guys in a little bit. So if any of you are devs here, please follow through with the steps that we are gonna go ahead with. Yeah, and if you get an audit done, you get a shareable audit report as well, which you can share with anybody. We will soon get an on-chain verifiable version of this audit report as well. Now with that, I'll hand over the mic to Akshat so that he can walk you through the workshop.
Okay, thank you, Jose. My name's Akshat, and I'm a technical product manager at Quill Audits. I'm taking care of all the security-related stuff here. So to begin the workshop, I'd like everyone to scan this QR code if you have a laptop with you. All you need to do is scan this QR code. It's going to lead you to the address of a repository. And from there, we can do. Okay. Yeah. So once you've scanned the QR code, you're going to be led to a repo. So I'm directly going to get to the repo here because I have it stored on my device. Exiting the slideshow. So this is the repo that you should be led to for the purpose of this demonstration. It's a very simple staking protocol just to demonstrate the capabilities of a product and how you can use it. So once you're here, all you need to do is copy the link and head over to our smart contract auditing platform. So once you open it, so I have already logged in. Here's what you're going to see. You're going to be on a landing page. From here, you can go to the dashboard, and I'm logged in already, so I'll log out. So there are 3 ways you can log into our platform. You can either use your Google account. If you have a wallet, you can use that, or your GitHub ID. So I have my GitHub account connected, so I'll just click on that. Okay, so I'm in. For you guys, you'd probably have to accept the OAuth permissions, and then you should be in. So I have 2 projects already. I'm gonna quickly copy this repos link again, and I'll click on Add New Project. So you have 3 options. We're gonna use the 3rd one because we have a GitHub repo. Let's call it Staking Protocol. And the branch is main. Okay. So it's going to take a couple of seconds to set up the environment. It's going to import all of the dependencies that are required to run this project and perform an audit. Yeah. So in case it does not update it for you, you can just hit a refresh on a browser. The projects are sometimes done sooner than expected. So for us, it's ready. All we need to do is click on Audit Project. Now let me make this full screen so you can see the full interface in its glory. So if you're a dev, you'll find this experience quite similar to what you see in VS Code. You've got an editor, you've got the file directory tree. These are the dependencies. And here are our smart contracts, staking and lending, borrowing. So it's pretty similar to what VS Code offers. To audit, you're going to click on Audit now. Now once you sign up, all of you are going to get 2,000 credits for free. If you need any more, then head over to our booth, and we are more than happy to share some of the coupons, which will give you extra 1,000 credits. Okay. So once you click on Audit now, it takes a couple of seconds to calculate how many credits are going to be used. So, so each project has different requirements in terms of credits. So we do a dynamic analysis of the cost, so you know what you're getting into. Now you can either choose to audit the current file that you've selected or the full project. Since it's costing me the same, I'm going to go for the full project audits. So let's hit Audit. In 5 to 10 seconds, we should have an audit report ready. And we should probably see some vulnerabilities. Okay, looks like we have something. Let's find out. So on the right side, I feel most of the people are going to find it really easy to navigate. it gives you the total vulnerabilities and they're sorted from their criticality levels. So you click on total issues found, it's going to lead you to where the vulnerabilities are on your smart contract. So you can see what exactly is wrong here. So let's take a moment to read the description, or maybe not read it. You can skim through it. So the AI here is going through your contract, and it's able to find what's wrong in your code. What is the exact vulnerability? And if we scroll down, you'll see how it can be fixed. So it's a reentrancy, a pretty common vulnerability which has led to some of the greatest smart contract hacks. So if you know how to fix this, it's pretty easy. You just have to reorder some of the variables here. So that the state variables are updated before it's actually sent over to the user. But we have got something for you. Okay. Let me just scroll back up. Yeah. So this is called AutoFix. One of our latest features. It's available only for a select few vulnerabilities. We are using our own AI models to fix your smart contracts for you. So if you don't want to do the work, all you have to do is click on AutoFix, and it's going to take a while to make it to correct the vulnerabilities. And let's click on audit now. We should probably not have any errors. So let's see if it worked. And I guess it did. 0 total issues found. So that was a very simple demonstration of what Quill Shield can do. It's actually a lot more powerful. What I'd suggest is you guys play around with it. It's completely free to use as of now. You can get a lot of credits. If you need more credits, head over to our booth. And we're quite excited to launch it. Okay. Now, I'll move from here back to our presentation, because there are a few more things to discuss. Now, if you followed through so far, here's what you can do. You can be a part of a beta program. You can, as part of the beta program, you're going to get a lot of extra credits. We're launching a lot of new features, so you'll get exclusive access, and you can also get to shape our roadmap. And we are an auditing company, in case you don't know. And this is a flagship product. So if you're an early adopter, and if you get into our auditing pipeline through this, you're going to be eligible for WAGC grants. So WAGC is our take on WAGME. We're all going to secure it. That's what we like to call it. So you're going to get up to 10% off on manual audits, if that's something you're interested in. So what's next for Quill Shield? We're going to have a dedicated testing suite. So earlier we discussed how writing unit test cases and first test cases is a pain. Now, with this dedicated testing suite, the AI is going to do that for you. So you have to focus on what's important. You can ship your products faster to the market. And yes, we are also going to launch APIs and VS Code extensions. So for you developers, you don't have to leave the comfort of your terminal and your VS Code window. You're going to get the entire Quill Shield experience in your VS Code. And coming later would be monitoring and incident response. Let's say you audit some smart contracts through our platform, and because we are using AI models to audit, you can never be too sure whether the vulnerabilities really have been solved and if the smart contract is totally bug-free. So for you guys who want to be extra safe, before you deploy your smart contracts, there's going to be monitoring and incident response. So all your smart contracts that are deployed through our platform are going to be checked for any attacks that could potentially happen on them, any malicious contracts or bad actors who are trying to steal your funds. And our AI models are going to come in, and they're going to prevent those attacks from happening. And that's post-deployment security. So you're completely shielded, whether it's pre-deployment or post-deployment. And with that, that's the end of the presentation. So thank you. We're all going to secure it.
guys, we're starting. Please sit down. Yeah, we have Michael here from Award Foundation.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Delighted to be here myself. So, Dr. Lee, Dr. Max Lee, founder of ORT, he's not able to make this presentation, so he's standing at this moment. And I'm basically just going to boil things down in the most layman's terms possible. So we are a breakthrough research project from Columbia University. Dr. Max Lee is the founder. He is also a professor at Columbia. We received our patented POH, proof of honesty consensus mechanism, in 2020, and from there on we've taken the road by storm. Essentially, ORT is working on a solution with regards to the centralized black box AI narrative, mainstream narrative particularly, that we're seeing in the industry at the moment. If you all are familiar, OpenAI was once a not-for-profit and converted to a for-profit organization. What does that mean? Many people don't know. We don't know how they're training these models. A lot of this is being trained on copywritten information, and ORT wants to solve that, not only with regards to that experience, but then a lot of decentralization or central actors, typically your private institutions and I guess I can say it, governments as well, are rolling out these AIs. We believe that the future is the perfect timing for us to create what's called a decentralized AI, and this could be huge for humanity. We're also working on a new decentralized democratic governance system, and essentially ORT is a decentralized, verifiable cloud compute platform for AI applications. We are going to incentivize our community to participate with their edge devices, specifically your smartphones, your PCs, your tablets, to connect to our network, and we would engage the community with tasks where they would receive ORT tokens, which are currently listed on BitGet, Gate.io, MEXC, and also our NFTs for accomplishing each of these tasks. The goal is to build a decentralized AI where the 99% can now become actors in the future of this experience. What I'm seeing coming down the pike, my background, I'm a macro trends forecaster, early investor in Bitcoin since 2015. I also co-founded Obviously, the VC. ORT's one of our portfolio companies, and I'm currently the chairman for the foundation of ORT. What we're seeing coming down the pike is kind of like an internet and intranet experience. Currently, many people have forgotten what an intranet is, but that would be essentially, in layman's, the internet for organizations, internal operations, and the internet, which everyone across the world can participate in and use, open source. We're rolling this out. So ChatGPT most likely will be a high-powered Google search, and ORT is going for a decentralized internet form of AI. Also, a challenge right now when you take a look at the potential of AI, it's being pushed as the assistant that everyone will be using in the future. It's going to make your life more efficient, but how efficient can it be if you're getting centralized, black box, biased information, right? Many people can speak on the past experience, which I describe as post-COVID and before COVID, where we really got to see what took place with technology and censorship and also biased information. And depending on how biased your information was, some people, you know, unfortunately got harmed. So the opportunity is right now, rolling out the decentralized AI, where people from across the world will be able to engage with their smartphones. Just basic engagement of governing the information that's uploaded, basically verifying, and also data pre-processing that is being uploaded onto our LLM. So we are very early stage with Ort Compute. It's actually geared to launch before, I think it's supposed to be the start of May. So in the coming weeks. And we are going to do a partnership with NASA and JPL and the Curiosity rover, and have our community basically engage in data pre-processing, the cleaning of photos. I'm also looking at bringing in like decentralized oracles that can in real time have human participation in verifying that the data that's being uploaded is accurate or inaccurate, so there will be penalties involved. I really want to build something that can really change and become a benefit to humanity moving forward, because my concern has always been we're getting closer to a potential dystopian future where I guess you can say we are building out a digital panopticon, and we don't need that. So AI is going to be a major force in the future, and decentralized AI, if we can solve that, will be a major boon for humanity moving forward. Essentially, that's what we've been working on. I'm trying to connect with as many DePIN projects as well, because we can also assign tasks in gaming. If you are a project that's basically a gaming project attached to like a mobile device, like you could play your game on a mobile device, you can partner with us. We can integrate tasks within your game for your community to participate in and help us with training this LLM. And yeah, just continue scaling out our model. Once again, we are only weeks away from launching the first product with NASA JPL, and I think that's going to be very interesting. We're starting with smartphones, backing into PCs, tablets, and then GPUs for decentralized training as well. That being said, it's very short. Once again, Dr. Lee was unable to make it, but as the foundation chair, I just wanted to keep things as layman's as possible so you can understand what we're building. Basically, decentralized AI, which runs on top of our decentralized cloud storage platform, and we are a DePIN project, DePIN being Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network. Any questions? Sure.
How does, just to get a better picture, how does what you guys are developing compare to something like BitTensor?
Okay. So BitTensor, I really like what they're doing there. They're also building a decentralized AI. I love the narrative Bitcoin as well because I'm a big Bitcoin maxi. I think it was revealed earlier. What we want to do is actually get the community involved. BitTensor claims to be doing the same. I can't say that they're not, but actually we have a product that's rolling out. The comparisons, you know, it's pretty stark, night and day. BitTensor has been very strong on narrative. I'm still waiting on product. Questions? Lovely, lovely. So, yes, that's it for ORT. Glad that you all were able to attend. And please look out for our ORT Compute. Follow us on our socials. My Twitter is at ORTChair, OORTChair for the latest. We'll also be in Consensus in Austin. If you're local there, please let us know. We'll be hosting a real large event, Mansion on the Moon party. I'm out. Thank you.
test. I'm ready, late. Okay, I assume so. I'm ready. Cool. Am I good to get started? All right, thanks for showing up, everyone. I'm Eugene. I'm a co-founder of Ellipsis Labs. Today I'm going to talk about our vision of how to build a DeFi ecosystem that is actually better than what exists in traditional finance. So at Ellipsis Labs, we're core contributors to Phoenix, which is a limit order book spot DEX on Solana. So this is part of our UI here. This is the live order book updating, and the entire state is fully on chain. So the matching engine is on chain, the entire book is on chain, all on the Solana blockchain. Like I said, Phoenix is fully on chain, it's order book DEX. To date, we've done actually over $24 billion in cumulative spot volume. Daily volume usually between $300 and $500 million, so that's in the top 5 of all spot DEXs across all blockchains. And the most important thing in my mind is the market makers themselves are profitable and there's no incentives to market makers. So we have a really credible story that the liquidity on Phoenix is sustainable. So now I want to talk a little bit about what the path looks like going forward. And before we get into that, we'll need to talk a little bit about the history of DeFi. So early DeFi was really enabled by the launch of Ethereum mainnet, which was the first generalized decentralized compute environment. And it enabled early DeFi pioneers like Uniswap and Maker and Aave to deploy their protocols. And they had these properties, like because they were built on top of Ethereum mainnet, because the contracts themselves were immutable, interacting with them did not require any trust in the system. All of the protocols themselves were auditable and censorship resistant, at least to the extent that the underlying layer 1 was. They also showed there's some net new use cases. So Uniswap enabled liquidity for a new coin without a centralized exchange listing or without a sophisticated market maker. And lending protocols like Aave and Compound showed that you could actually have these completely trustless lending protocols where you don't need to trust your counterparty. But all of these protocols are actually quite primitive. They were designed to be safe, they were designed to be proofs of concept, and they were really constrained by the underlying infra of the Ethereum L1. Those guys all came out before the year 2017. It's been 7 years since then. And the underlying blockchains have gotten a lot better, but the DeFi protocols themselves have not. We've seen a ton of marginal improvements. We've seen Uniswap go from V2 to V3. We've seen a lot of ways to rehypothecate risk, to stack yield with more leverage. But the core protocols themselves, borrowing and trading, have not gotten much better. And even when we go look at these new blockchains that deliver much more performance, we still see these original DeFi protocols getting copy-pasted, which doesn't really make sense because if you have a blockchain that is much more performant than Ethereum, it stands to reason that you should be able to build protocols themselves that are a lot more sophisticated, a lot more efficient. Today in the market, we're seeing this new school of thought that I call shitcoin nihilism, which is this very pessimistic view for DeFi. It says that DeFi is never going to outperform TradFi. We shouldn't even aim for that. It's too lofty of a goal. The only thing that's going to come out of DeFi, or maybe the only thing that's going to come out of crypto, is these shitcoins that we've made. and the only value add for DeFi is this casino that's enabled by regulatory arbitrage, which, yeah, for sure is the main use case that we see today. And so we're at this crossroads for DeFi, where I think this pessimistic view, which I term DeFi dystopia, it's clearly where a lot of the market is looking today, just optimizing the casino that we have. But I think the future is a lot brighter, where there's a ton of potential to actually build a system that is better than what exists in traditional finance. There's a few key reasons why this ought to be possible, rather than just this pie-in-the-sky vision, and so that's what I'm going to get into next. So first, we're going to take a look at some of the problems that exist in traditional finance and what the core advantages are for DeFi. So TradFi is this really big system. It's global in scale, but it moves really slowly, and the core reason for that is it's been around for so long. So TradFi, traditional finance, is a system that has evolved iteratively over 100 years, starting from a point where an equity in a company is represented as slips of paper in someone's safety deposit box. And from that point, we've upgraded it to where it is today. And so it's this really big system. It moves really slowly. It has a lot of scar tissue. If anyone wants to make any sort of changes, there's a ton of different entities with different interests that all have veto powers. And so this really slows the pace of innovation, where something as simple as implementing a new order type on the New York Stock Exchange is a type of process that actually takes 5 to 10 years. Whereas in DeFi, that's something, a new engineer could implement in weeks and just put it out into production. And I think the most important piece here is there's no opportunity for new ideas. So we've been stuck with some similar architectures for a very long time. There's actually no way there's not even a sandbox for which we can try new things in traditional finance. So it's very easy to get stuck in these local optima. So when we talk about DeFi, most teams really like to emphasize permissionless access and auditability, trustless auditability, and composition. And I think these properties are quite important. But when it comes to competing with traditional finance, I think the most important piece is actually permissionless innovation. This is the thing that enables DeFi to iterate significantly faster than the traditional financial system. Again, using the example of the new order type, that's the type of thing that will take 5 to 10 years on a centralized exchange, especially a regulated centralized exchange. Whereas for something like Phoenix, we built the original prototype in 6 months, and then when we were ready, we just deployed it to production. And it was in this environment where we could see if it worked or not. There was an environment that had real assets on it, the Solana blockchain, and it's worked pretty well. And we can also deploy new versions if you want to deploy new versions. We get really fast feedback from the market, and this is the type of thing that's just totally impossible in traditional finance. So when I talk about competition, there's 2 main dimensions I care about, and these are really microstructure things. Obviously, there's a ton of other pieces that go into having DeFi be competitive, but this is sort of like the backbone. These are the things that are required before we can even go out and do the BD to bring on the real-world assets. This comes first. So the first is efficiency. For a trading platform, this is usually going to refer to the quality of the liquidity. So how deep is the liquidity and how tight are the spreads? And then we also need to be able to compete on sustainability, where we have all these DeFi protocols today that sort of depend on this infinite spigot of incentives that is unsustainable. And when you take away the incentives, oftentimes the usage just completely dries up. And we need to look at these in a very sober way. I think there's oftentimes this desire to have this rah, rah, rah moment in crypto where we all pretend that we have product market fit when actually we have token market fit. And we need to look at, okay, how do we actually build these better primitives? And the first piece here is better infrastructure. On the application side, like I said before, Phoenix is really just this proof of concept. There is no way that Phoenix in its current form is close to good enough to displacing traditional finance because we haven't innovated whatsoever on the liquidity primitive. So it's the same primitive that exists on Coinbase or the New York Stock Exchange. It's a vanilla limit order book. And it's on this infrastructure that's like 10,000 times less efficient. It does prove, though, that active liquidity can outperform passive liquidity. So I do view that as a step function improvement in DeFi. So when we take a look at the infra, you know, Ethereum mainnet today does around 20 transactions per second. Solana mainnet does around, Solana mainnet beta does around 1,000 transactions per second. And then the cost to land a transaction is anywhere from a single cent, maybe a little bit under a single cent, up to dollars. And this is about 1,000 times worse than centralized infrastructure when you think about the cost to place or cancel an order on a venue like Coinbase or Binance. And we just need like really big improvements here. I mean, I don't think we'll ever get down to 1x while maintaining the properties that we care about on decentralized infrastructure, but we should be able to get it down to a factor of 10 to 100x, where we can get blockchains that do tens of thousands of transactions per second, where the block space is so abundant that the cost per transaction is under a tenth of a cent. Latency is also extremely important. We haven't really talked about latency much today, but market makers getting pre-confirmations under 100 milliseconds, ideally under 10 milliseconds, that's super important. And we need to do all this while still maintaining this trustless auditability, still maintaining permissionless innovation. Obviously, if we don't care about those things, then AWS has already solved this problem for us. Luckily for us, there's a bunch of teams that are working on this infrastructure scaling problem. There's two main approaches today. The first is to scale the layer 1, and this is done by, I guess the market leaders today are like Solana and Monad, where under the proof of stake architecture, just really trying to squeeze as much performance out of that as possible through hardware and software improvements. And then the other approach is to scale via layer 2s, where we're going to toss out short-term censorship resistant and get a lot of performance on for that trade. And the path to scaling these is quite clear, where instead of using Ethereum DA, you can use DA from EigenDA or Celestia. And then with centralized or rotating sequencers, you can really crank up the performance requirements there. And as the cost of ZK proving comes down, we can see these pretty clear paths for both layer 1s and layer 2s to get to tens of thousands of TPS. And then the question is, can we get the cost down low enough such that it's actually possible to provide active liquidity? And then supposing we get the infra there, and I expect us to in the next 1 to 3 years, let's say, then we really need to take advantage of the infrastructure. And this is what is really missing from the market today, where the core DeFi primitives need to get more efficiency from better infrastructure. So on the trading side, I think like the limit order book active liquidity makes a ton of sense, but there's still going to be room for things that we can put on chain that we couldn't put on an exchange like Coinbase, for example. Programmable liquidity curves make a lot of sense. Orders with side effects. These things can only be done on a shared state machine. And so there's actually a compelling reason for why it only makes sense in DeFi. On the leverage side, frankly, all of the borrowing mechanisms we see in crypto today are pretty much copy-paste of the Aave model from 2016, 2017. But when the blockchain runs really fast, when the Oracle update is really cheap, when the Oracle comes really, really reliably, like every half a second, every 1/10 of a second, you can make a much more efficient leverage mechanism. You can even have active liquidity there where things look more like actively traded bonds, fixed income products on an order book or on some other trading primitive. And then your liquidations can be a lot less aggressive, which is just a better end state for the user. So there's a lot of room to experiment here. And I think the most important thing is when we build these big blockchains, we can copy-paste original protocols that exist on Ethereum, and then they'll be cheaper on the new infrastructure. But the real step function improvements come from building better protocols that are uniquely enabled by the new infra. In the same way that Uniswap was uniquely enabled by Ethereum actually going live and going to mainnet. So we're working on all of the above at Ellipsis Labs. We've been around for a year and a half. And we are hiring across all job functions, all business functions, in our New York City office. So if you're interested in building the future of finance, not just the future of DeFi, but we hope we can take a real whack at building a better global financial system, feel free to hit me up. Thank you.
One, two, three. Okay, thank you. A lot of actions for my small question. Thank you a lot. You mentioned an interesting topic about protocols of DeFi, and we understand that right now there are a lot of DeFi solutions. And what about some common protocol about this? Because if we speak, for example, about Cosmos inter-blockchain communication, so there is only one protocol, only one way. And speaking about DeFi for Ethereum, for Solana, there are a lot of ways. And what do you think about future? Will we have only one approach or only one protocol, or still a lot of them?
Yeah, I think it's pretty difficult to predict. I think in general in crypto today we underestimate the difficulty of this like cross-chain interoperability problem, especially if we're not going to trust somebody in the middle, which in the current crypto world looks like basically like a centralized exchange. On the protocol design side, I think no matter what, you're just going to end up with a bunch of protocols, and there's going to be this long tail of protocols that has, you know, not very much usage and not very much TVL, and I think that's totally fine. That's sort of what you expect to see in an environment with permissionless innovation, where you have like 100 well-meaning teams try to build a good liquidity primitive, or 1,000 well-meaning teams, and at the end of the day, only one or two of them is going to work out, but it's going to be not obvious a priori which are those. So I think that's just the nature of the hyper-capitalist on-chain environment.
Thank you a lot. Does it mean that, yes, just smaller amount? Yeah?
Yeah, I expect there to be plenty of blockchains with not very much consolidation and plenty of protocols with not that much consolidation for the foreseeable future.
Thank you a lot.
We have one more, please.
Thank you so much for the speech. It was super interesting to listen. A small question. Am I understanding correctly that active liquidity means active market making, where orders are placed?
Yes.
So if we move as an industry on like even DeFi to active market making, doesn't this remove, in a sense, the decentralized nature of, for example, like pools on current AMMs like Uniswap, where you put the money in the pool and unless it's fully drowned out, it exists there forever and people can do swaps like forever without any personal involvement of anybody?
Yeah, so there's still permissionless access to the liquidity. Anyone can be a taker on a limit order book, and actually anyone can be a maker as well, so anyone can place limit orders. But yeah, it's definitely true that millions of dollars in R&D over the last 20 years, 30 years, getting really good at this business of electronic market making, which is trying to provide better spreads, tighter spreads, more depth to win the retail flow. And that competition is really, really good for the end user. Whereas I would view the XY equals K world almost as a communist world where you have no freedom to provide liquidity where you want to provide it. You're stuck to this curve, and that leads to much less efficient liquidity. I think there's also other ways to enable more retail participation. So one pretty clear retail-facing product that one could build would be lending to market makers, where if I'm Citadel and my hurdle rate on the capital is 50%, and then my market making strategy on Phoenix only makes 20%, I'm not going to do it with my own capital, but maybe I can borrow from retail at 15%, and there should be a way to make that sort of trade happen.
Just here the main question is that, I may be wrong here, please correct me, but in this case the market maker is the point of censorship. that can be used if they actively have to do something and they can press a stop button to stop doing it. This is the point of failure.
Yeah, but there's multiple market makers. In the same way that on a centralized exchange, there's many market makers, and probably all of them face some amount of downtime. Some of them go down for very long amounts of time. And the end user doesn't really notice it most of the time because there's plenty of market makers. And the reason the market makers exist is because the business of being a market maker is quite good. So there's incentives to make this the case.
Yeah, of course. I'm not speaking about like efficiency. I'm speaking about censorship in a sense. That like the problem of centralized exchanges is in essence that you have to convince somebody in the SEX to get you listed, and then you have to like pay market makers, and if the market makers go out of business, then you have to find new ones, and like it's a lot of points in which the system stops being decentralized in a sense.
I mean, I think the core architecture, like the social layer here, does end up much more centralized, where you, realistically speaking, have like somewhere between 4 and 10 dominant market makers who make money, and a bunch of others. And there is some reliance on these guys, but when they go away, they get replaced very quickly because there's so much business opportunity there. And there are like a couple big differences here with the centralized exchange where it's probably a little tougher to, yeah, just to be clear, I don't disagree with the premise of your question. I think it's a very reasonable point of view.
Yeah, but thank you so much, man. Amazing presentation.
Cheers.
Guys, thank you so much. This is all. Thank you. Please, round of applause. Hello?
Hey.
Guys, we're about to start the panel. So
yeah. Hey everyone, I'm Chris Watton. I'm the founder and CEO of Moonblast. That sounds DeGen enough already, right? 7 years in the industry on the C-level. Past 4 years I've been having my own consultancy, business development and development, and we have won 2 awards for bringing innovation to DeFi.
Hey everyone, my name is Azim. I've been in this space for about 11 years. Currently I'm the co-founder of Morph. We're a new EVM L2 with a big focus on being able to onboard people in the Global South.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gloria, and I'm the Director of Global Events for Morph. I've been in the space since 2017, and previously, Azim and I both worked at GetCoin dealing with quadratic funding, so we are definitely much more impacted in the regenerative crypto economic space.
All right. Well, we don't really have a moderator, so we're just going to talk about the DeGen versus Regen,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm in between, to be honest. I understand the DeGen style, like the community, as a launchpad, because Moonblast is a launchpad. At some point, we were developing on Blast already, and we had to pick a name. I was like, Blast off sounds pretty rock solid, right? It's in between. Prices for the domain was just way too high, like 70,000 and stuff like that. And I was like, how can we still get a domain going where we still attract the narrative of the crypto people? Because let's be honest, most of the crypto people, they like the word moon, when moon, and blast and stuff like that. And Moonblast was available, so that's what we went for. Now, coming to VCs and institutional backing that and the institutional interest that we got, it's like the first thing that they say is like, you need to rebrand.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's pretty. I mean, if you guys would have a project, right? Would you go more like the DeGen style in terms of a name to attract people, or would it be more like the neutral style? Like, what's your take on that?
Well, I try to stay away from DeGen style only because I think DeGen style is mostly only connotated with using blockchain for DeFi or some type of financial gains, when the technology that's underlining blockchain can be used for so much more than just having like financial gains. And so for us, it's a lot about impact and like seeing what you can use the technology for to create a lasting impact. And I think that's like the underlining aspect of regenerative crypto.
I think the other thing I don't like about the way DeGen works out is that it's basically unsustainable to me. When I look at what it means to be DeGen, it means to be some new version of a Ponzi scheme, right? It's like it always has an inevitable bad ending. And I think that a lot of the Regen branding, that while I don't think it's often communicated as best as possible, what they're looking to say is that there are ways to create sustainable ways to actually create money, ones that aren't exploitive and extractive, because we've seen Celsius, we've seen FTX, we've seen, there's been so many, Luna, there's so many examples of like, that's what DeGen is. And so there's a few people who end up making a ton of money and then everyone else is screwed.
But the side about that too is that like it burns people who maybe don't understand like the technology aspect, who want to get into the game, and the first thing that they are brought into is some type of DeGen like token, and then they get completely rugged, and then they're just like, I don't even want to touch anything within this space.
Is a scam.
Exactly.
Just look at what happened with meme coins in the last couple of weeks, right? Like meme coins were skyrocketing, and there were a bunch of people who had convinced themselves that they were really good traders when really they could have just taken a dart, thrown it at a wall of meme coins and made a bunch of money based on that. Like a monkey throwing a dart would have made just as much money as them.
Yeah, I've been saying this now for like almost 2 months, right? When meme coins really started picking up again. I say that this is not the bull run yet. This is a pre-bull run. To see
Completely
like
agreed.
Where the money is going. All the money right now was going to meme coins, and I said it. The first proper correction of the market that we're going to get, all those meme coins, not all of them, but a lot of them are just going to rug pull, and then all the new money that's stepping into crypto, because let's be honest, a lot of the people that step into crypto is to make money, right, from money perspective. So meme coins was for them the place to be. I do not promote meme coins at all. Stay away. I stay away from them at all times. Like, I'm not into NFTs at all. I'm not into meme coins at all, and I don't really support that either. And it's NFTs that have a utility, I can support that. But what people need to understand is when they step into meme coins, specifically meme coins, because I mean here in Dubai I've been talking with hedge funds and a lot of market makers. So what people need to understand is that they're actually investing in buying tokens that they're being trading. To understand who are they trading against, right? I mean, those are people from a whole other level. So when you say like people getting rugged, and people like rugged is like the bad players, the people that are just losing a lot of money, that's against market makers and against those hedge funds who understand the risk. And new people in crypto just don't understand the risk. Whereas like it's in every bear cycle as well as like crypto is a scam. And like right now we got a lot of the new money going specifically into those meme coins, and I think that's a huge risk for the industry and the industry's credibility.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. I think there's the one thing that I differ is that when you start to think about crypto being used as a financial asset, it just kind of is a lens of like privilege, but there's a lot of people who have to use crypto as their main ways of like funding things because their fiat currency is not stable enough. So there are markets where people aren't necessarily looking at it from a financial gain per se of it, but they're looking at it as more stability than the actual fiat currencies that they have now, and they need to like utilize that aspect of it. So when you start to like want to onboard more people like that, but then they see, you know, stuff that's constantly, you know, creating these volatilities or like being rugged or like just not having a really good financial market in there, it makes them want to stay away from having exploration into a solution to a problem that they face every day.
But how stable are stable coins? How safe are they?
It's not even just stable coins. Like I have some people who much rather like just get, you know, would rather get funded in like, you know, Ethereum versus their main currency within like their, you know, Bolaras or things like that within their own country.
I think even if it ends up being CBDCs, it's fine. I'm one of the few like who does believe, and I'm not technical enough to explain it, but chatting with people much smarter than me is that there's ways to enable ZK technology added into stable coins that takes away a lot of the privacy risks that we face with CBDCs. And so there are ways to do those things, and I think about how a lot of what's going on in crypto today focuses on, oh, if you want to be able to onboard people in the global south, it's this sort of like moral duty of people, and I actually think it's actually an economically incentive aligned plan. If you bring tens of millions or hundreds of millions or a billion people into markets where they can do peer-to-peer transactions, they can have yield-bearing accounts, they get into credit and lending markets, like being able to bring all those people on chain doing basic banking activities in regular ways. And there's a lot of countries where, while stable coins, let's say even if we had to say with Tether or USDC, right? Like they're doing much better than Argentinian currency. They're doing better than Turkish currency. They're doing better, you know, and there's data continually indicating that they will. And so if you put people in the position to, instead of facing 100% year-on-year inflation, that instead they're able to put it into Aave with stable coins and earn 3%. They're outperforming the majority of the people in the country.
Yeah, DeFi lending platforms is the way to go, centralized lending platforms. Even though I'm using Nexo since 2018 actually, sorry, 2017 I invested in them. They're still up there, they're the only lending platform. They got raided a few times in Bulgaria, in the US, and so on. These guys are still there, so that means that like they're doing things correctly for the time being. Can't talk about the future, of course. When we talk about CBDCs and a way to implement ZK technology into that, we talk about synthetics, we talk about synthesizing CBDCs. Like that is something that we can look forward to, but we're talking about regulators here and like really central bank digital currency, so throwing a synthetic token of that backed one by one.
But we put ourselves in a more difficult position by continually just having meme coins and NFTs and scam projects represent us, that when the people who are absolutely the least knowledgeable about crypto are the regulators, and they're put in the position of they get to see a bunch of headlines, and so we're much further away from being able to have any of the actual things we need to happen because of the fact that we end up continually bolstering a lot of the garbage in this industry.
But that's just what the industry brings forward. I mean, let's be honest about it. I mean, you've been 11 years in crypto. You remember definitely the ICO boom. Like, I mean, 95% of those projects were scams, and there's enough documentaries about it. How the same group was just launching one project after another, like having 50 fundraisings for ICOs ongoing at the same time, and so on. I mean, this is a new industry, right? I mean, and regulators are finally starting to wake up. Why? Because institutional money is starting to flood in, right? So now they're finally stepping up. Now they're going after Binance, they're going after OKX. So I mean,
DOJ investigation.
Yeah, so they're going after the centralized exchanges, and honestly, I've been saying this since 2018. Like, hello, regulator, wake up! They're all abusing custodian license, right? So, I mean, Regen people, they prefer to go to centralized exchanges, whereas DeGen people, they want to stay completely off. I mean, on-chain side and not centralized side. So how to look at that now, where like we're talking about Regen versus DeGen and centralized exchanges getting under all those investigations, and do trust me, they will go down. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know. So the Regen communities that we were part of weren't really a huge part of wanting to go through centralized exchanges. We were actually more pushing the more decentralized things are, then the better it is. So you have a decentralized, your refi nodes or all of these different things are like running your nodes locally is the whole aspect. So the Regen community actually pushes much more for self-sovereignty, much more for having things be decentralized, much more things for privacy on that aspect of it, and really pushing that forward so that really you are in control of your finances and you can create little micro donut economies locally where you are, and then you yourself become the bank. So the regen thing is the aspect of regenerative crypto economics is really being able to like use your crypto to leverage it for good within your local spaces, and so funding those type of projects too.
Yeah, I would put honestly 100% what she said.
All right. I really thought that the Regen community was really into like the interface and everything needs to look clean and forward.
No, it was all just about, really leveraging and creating, like, so with us, it was like really not about, really about like having like a whale decide things. When you start to have quadratic funding, it's all about the people making the decisions and using math algorithms so that the people's decisions are what moved forwards and
It's more
can be
like
leveraged that
regions
way.
are more like DAO style. They want to have DAOs and everything
Exactly,
like that.
totally.
Decentralized governance,
Very much so.
everything on chain.
Exactly.
All right, absolutely.
I think that the more that you can explore what you can do with actually regen aspects, regenerative economics, the whole regen space, the more that you start to see like that it actually can have impact for the future, and it like kind of aligns back with like the core values of being a crypto person. It's very tied to like crypto anarchy in the back end too.
Okay, when we talk about DeGens and Regens, right, there are really good projects out there, even blockchains. I'm not going to name them, but there's one upcoming.
Yeah.
And when we look at Solana, everybody says, oh, that's a DeGen community. Now, what makes a DeGen community is like just the trollers, the meme coins that are being launched, and so on and so on. But when a blockchain itself and a technology, I'm not talking about Solana here anymore, because I personally dislike Solana because it can just be taken down like this, and it went down so many times already. Yeah, it's stupid. Where do you make it different? What's your stance when a blockchain from technology point of view and is completely decentralized has a, let's say, close to 1 million community that is all into copy paste trolling, and so on, like a true DeGen community actually, and that is supported by the founders of a blockchain. What is your take on that? When the technology is really good, but they're supporting a complete DeGen community?
So I think at the end of the day, it has to be, you're funding projects beyond just like, we're going to go to the moon and we're going to get rich, like that. Just the aspect of that. Within regen communities, you're looking at impact, where like we want to fund open source computers. We want to have clean air. We want to have like stop deforestation. So the cause itself is what you're building a community around it, and the fact that you just have a token that has some value to that community is what leverages the actual token. So it kind of is counterintuitive to degens, where they're just like, hey, the only cause is causing this, like the price to go up. Within a regen community, you have cause that's like more of a impactful like thing to build a community around for that has much more longevity as well.
I think a lot of the DeGen ones we've seen, I mean, since you're talking about the ICOs, like there's just been a lot of death. What I know it's a little rich coming from someone who's the founder of an L2, but for the most part, I see L2s as the new ICOs. There's 200 of them at this point. You do roll up as a service, you raise some money, you put a bunch of money towards infra, you get marketing dollars, you pump a bunch of shit, and then you do shady things with your tokenomics, and then inside of 18 months, all of the key people have already cashed out, and then they're just going to be able to say, oh, like, it was a startup and it just didn't work out, but all the VCs have made their money and all the key people who were part of the organization did. I see it as no different than the ICO boom.
I absolutely agree with that. Like a lot of these L2s right now, they are instead of doing a token sale, they're doing a node sale, even though a node is actually being used as a terminology of a package of tokens. So I mean, a lot of these is like, yeah, no, you buy a node from us for the infrastructure and stuff like that, where actually you're buying like a package of 100,000 tokens. Instead of buying token by token, you buy a node, and they only Yeah. So they don't say we don't do a token sale, we do a node sale, right? That is just where we're going right now, and my opinion is that people just need to educate themselves and see like what every project is, what they stand for, what are they developing, and is this for financial gains? Because there are projects for financial gains. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that the more financial gains that you think to make out of it, the more that you can get rugged on.
Yeah, totally. But then you start to think of like how you invest. Like people can invest time, they can invest money, they can invest thought leaderships, and like when you start to look at other ways that people invest in things other than just the financial aspect of it, and that can like being able to leverage all of that is really important in my perspective.
I didn't know about that node thing. That's terrible.
That is kind of
terrible. It's hard. I came across it, and then they talked to me about it, and they done a huge node sale, they say. And I'm like, so how many tokens did you sell? Oh yeah, this amount. It's like, so you did do a token sale. Well, the tokens are packed by a fixed amount, and that's a node. And I'm like, so, I mean, it's a token still. There's like, no, it's a node sale. And people right now, like, there's a lot of these projects right now that are just using the word nodes as a way to, like where a person wants to buy actually $10,000 or $5,000 worth of tokens. No, we don't have tokens single one by one to be bought. You can only buy nodes by 12,500, 15,000. On top of that, they attract such a big investor community, right? Because DeGens, they don't understand. And a huge Twitter following base.
Yeah.
So now the whole node infrastructure is actually a lockup of tokens in it. And they're using their whole social media with 1.5 million followers on it to attract projects for marketing purpose, to partner up and so on and so on. So they airdrop those marketing fee, which is in tokens of those projects, to their node holders. And that is their business model.
Wow.
Now you get it. It's complete DeGen style, and it's like but it works, you know. I mean, for some reason it works, and it's like, for me personally as a developer, it's just so depressing to see this kind of stuff that they raise so much money.
There's that aspect of it to me where I'm like, that is just like civil attacks. It's basically a civil attack on behalf of what it is, you know. So it's like really how deep can you go within a project, and it's just that.
This is something that I think hasn't really been discussed enough at length yet, but I really do also blame the VCs. I think this is something I've been meaning to write about, but the traditional venture funding cycle is something that you invest in over 10 years, you get to find out if you're successful. But the way that liquid tokens work and being able to push on projects to have shorter lockup periods and shorter total vest has made these VCs be in a position where maybe they may not get the 100x over 10 years, but they can get the 5x, the 10x, the 20x inside of 36 months or inside of 24 months. And so I think that has also really changed the way that the majority of VCs in this space are operating, and being able to delineate between the ones that are actually in it for the long term and the ones that are just there to figure out how to get token price up with a short lockup period, a low total vest so they can dump on you, is one of the main reasons that we're in this position.
I absolutely agree with that, because when we were doing our tokenomics, even here in Dubai, I know, I mean, in the industry for 7 years already, right? I know the VCs know me. So I was like, okay, what are tokenomics? What are we looking at right now? And they came with such a disgusting tokenomics model, right? But then I have institutional support now, and institutions actually look the opposite way, completely the opposite way. Long cliff, long vesting. There's a huge difference though. Seed stage compared to public sale price is a times 10 already, right? So, I mean, when I see that as a multiplier between two sales rounds before a token is even listed, that does scare me a lot, because like, I mean, we got tokenomics where VCs want to see the times 100 in FDV possible on launch, whereas from the other side we have the institutions that say no, it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be slow, but the institutions are already in the seed stage, so they already have their times 10 guaranteed. So what to pick?
And
I can't pick between the two, you know, and whatever you pick, it's like you kick the other ones to the shin, you know, like whatever you do.
I think what's going to end up happening is, while everyone is still looking at, you know, whether this is a bull, whether this is not a bull, whether this is a pullback and the bull starts again, I'm mentally actually just prepping for the next bear market, because I think that the reality is that none of the technology or the UI, UX, or anything about this tech is in the place that inside the next 12 to 18 months we're going to have some sort of mainstream mass adoption. And so for what we're doing at Morph, the way I'm building relationships, everything is about us being in a position where we have what we need to be able to make it through the next bear market, because it really looks like after that is when we can create actual mass adoption. Institution is starting to come in, regulation is starting to work out, more people are starting to understand it, there's interesting things happening cross-chain. And so for me personally, I think this bull market is just one where I'm like, okay, cool, like this is great, let's be ready for the bear, because as soon as the actual bull starts, and we already saw it the last few months, people lose their brains, and everyone is just trying to figure out which token's going to 100x next. And so I've been mentally putting myself in a position to be like, okay, this is going to end soon, because even the last few months I was like, there's going to be a massive pullback. This happened way too quickly, and we've already seen that now. And so, yeah, and I think there's going to be a
pullback,
yeah.
but we see an instant recovery, and it's so crazy because I expected to have a pullback back to 40,000.
I expect a proper pullback to come. I just don't, nothing about me sees how this happened as quickly as it did. I think there's a lot of institutional capital coming in, and that's going to continue to happen potentially over time, that once there's that much more liquidity in the markets, that the volatility starts to go down. We're not there yet. So those are some of the kinds of things I'm thinking about. But in general, I'm just prepping for putting us in a position that 5 years from now, we're still standing.
And I always look at our builders. Like, I always just figure out what people are building, what are the builders really excited about, what's the technology they want to build upon. Because usually when there's lots of other noises, the builders are just kind of focused on still the technology and where it's going. And if you focus on them and creating that ecosystem around them, then once the noise dies down, the builders just continue to build cool shit. And then those are what ends up being lasting through all the different cycles.
All right. Any final words?
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you for the chat.
We're still standing, you know? Let's go.
We'll see how this goes next year. We should have this conversation again.
Prepare for the bear market. It's going to be a brutal one, though.
It's my favorite time.
It'll be a good time to invest. It'll be a good time to work. I love the bear market.
I love bear markets.
As soon as prices started going up, I was like, oh man, the scam artists are back.
I love the bear market because then the DeGens get out.
Yes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Everyone who doesn't actually care leaves, and then you get a chance to interact and engage with people who are there.
Yeah, people who
who are really there for the long term.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Nice meeting you.